I would like to now request our President, Mr. R. Ravi Kumar, to welcome our chief guest, our guest of honor, Ms. Valuri Kranti Garu, Managing Director of Telangana Tourism Development Corporation, with a plant. As an industry association, we are extremely conscious about our environment, and we always use the plants to give to the guests. I would now like to request our Senior Vice President, Mr. K. K. Maheshwari, to present a plant to Dr. GBK Rao Garu. I would also like to request our Senior Vice President to welcome Mr. A.V. Rao, Vice President, Ramoji Film City, with a plant. I'd like to request our Vice President, Mr. Srinivas Garmilla Garu, to welcome Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Director, Summer Green Resorts, with a plant. A huge round of applause. Thank you. I'd also like to request Mr. Srinivas Garmella Garu to welcome Mr. Venkat Ramana, Director, National Institute of Tourism, Hospitality and Management, with a plant. Thank you. And I would like to invite Mr. Venkat Ramana to preside over the event today. Thank you.
Good morning, Sangeeta Garu. And first of all, a warm welcome to National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management. Managing Director of Telangana Tourism Development Corporation, Mrs. Kranti Garu. All the distinguished members on the dais, particularly Mr. Prakash Ammanbolu, Chairman of the Tourism Committee, guests of honor, Shri GBK Rao Garu, A.V. Rao Garu, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Mr. K.K. Maheshwari, Srinivas Garimella, and all the team from FTCCI, industry representatives, government officials, members of the press, dear students, faculty. If I missed out, maybe not of this thing, but it's such an important day for us because the entire tourism ecosystem has landed in NITHM, and NITHM warmly welcomes all of you. It's a tradition at NITHM to engage with a lot of stakeholders, and this is just the beginning. And I don't want to take much time. Prakash Ammanbolu, Chairman of the FTCCI Tourism Committee, to speak a few words, and we'll take the program forward. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and tourism stakeholders and friends. It is a pleasure to speak today on an opportunity that stands at the crossroads of cultural pride, economy vitality, and sustainable development. Building the weekend tourism economy of Telangana. Tourism transfers landscape into livelihoods, culture into commerce, and journey into economic engines. Why weekend tourism matters? In a fast-moving world where people seek short, meaningful breaks rather than long annual vacations, weekend tourism has emerged as one of the fastest-growing segments. For Telangana, rich in history, cuisine, nature, faith destinations, and urban experiences, this presents a tremendous economic and social opportunity. Weekend tourism is not just about a travel, it is about boosting local economies, creating new jobs, reviving cultural heritage, and spreading tourism footfall evenly. With Hyderabad as one of India's most connective cities, our state can become a welcome tourism hub for the entire country. Tourism advantage of Telangana. Just I want to brief about advantages of tourism in Telangana. Telangana already possesses a fundamental strength needed at least India's weekend travel revolution. State strategic location and connectivity. Almost all major heritage, nature, spiritual are within 1 to 3 hours from Hyderabad, and rich culture landscapes. From Kakatiya era's horticulture marvels to Qutub Shah heritage, Telangana offers layered history and appeals to travelers. Untouched nature beauty, lakes, forests, rock formations, waterfalls, wildlife sanctuaries, perfect day for 1 or 2 day journeys. Gateways, modern appeal. Hyderabad nightlife, food culture events, IT hubs, and shopping clusters for a vibrant weekend experiences. These trends make Telangana ideally postponed to unlock a high values, short stay tourism economy. The vision, a vibrant welcome tourism ecosystem. To truly build a weekend tourism economy, we need to hostile structural approach to that integrates. First, destination developments, upgrading facilities at heritage areas, sites, creating weekend ready circuits, experience creations. Travelers today seek experience, not just sightseeing. We must promote trekking and adventure trails, temple and spiritual cultures, food tourism, and craft and textiles. Weekend festivals, night markets, and curated cultural events. When coming to hospitality and infrastructure, encourage homestays and boutique resorts, upgrade amenities at tourist spots, seamless transport links, buses, metro connectivity extension, rail promotion. Promoting and branding. It is a very important for today's in tourism department, for state also this. Increase the tourism, the thriving weekend economy can increase the state tourism revenue from 25 to 40% just within few years if we provided infrastructure to these tourist sites. And not only that, generate thousands of jobs for youth and in hotels, guiding, in transport and event crafts. Support MSMEs in food, textile, handicrafts, and strengthen rural participation and entrepreneurship. Extend Hyderabad's economy influence to every district wise. For every 1 rupee spent by weekend traveler, the benefit multiplies across at least 8 to 10 times local sectors, making this a truly inclusive economic model. Role of stakeholders. When it comes to role of stakeholders,
Chairman garu konచెం conclude cheyali.
yes. With this, I conclude this thing. Before conclude, just I'm thankful to today's sponsors and thanks to the President and Senior Vice President. This year we are going to, they have given, consider tourism also it is equivalent as industries, and also thanks to the government of Telangana and NITHM, and also thanks to Kranti Garu and Venkatraman Reddy are giving this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Chairman. Really given a very good address to begin you set the tone to the conference. Now I request Ravi Kumar Garu, President FTCCI, to kindly cover the activities of FTCCI, tourism per se, and the entire things which we are doing, and then tell them.
Good morning, one and all. And as Mr. Venkatraman Garu is presiding over everything, do you have some time restriction for me also? Okay, then fine. Because when somebody is speaking, and I'm very happy that we have joined hands with Mr. Venkatraman Garu, the National Youth of Tourism and Hospitality Management. In fact, we had a meeting in FTCCI, and he was nice enough to join us on that day. And when we thought of this conclave, I really appreciate his proactive nature And he said, no, we would love to have it here, not at FTCCI auditorium. And my colleagues along with me, Prakash and also Ramchandran, who's the backbone for all this event, he's the co-chair, and he was also with me. And both of them immediately said, when somebody is stretching their hand, it's our duty to accept and move out. And that's how a synergy happens, and that's how a teamwork happens. And FTCCI, instead of doing the program at FTCCI place, which normally we do, we said, no, we should go. And probably the whole topic is on tourism and weekend tourism. And I think this is one of the spots which is equivalent to be a weekend tourism spot. And we should give credit to Venkatraman on this. And I also acknowledge our guest of honor who's here, Mr. Valluri Kranti Garu. 2 days back when we went and met her, she was very busy working, but she immediately called us and we went inside and she was very eager. She said, no, I'll be here dot 10, and she was here on time. So that's the importance the government is also giving us, and they're part of it. And this date has been, we were supposed to do this on 7th of this month, but when we went and met Mr. Jayesh Ranjan Garu in his office, he said, no, kindly, if possible, postpone it. I would love to be part of this event. And he was traveling during the first week till 10th. And this date was decided by him. And we said, we accept this date because he said, no. See, why I'm giving you this preamble is the government is also so keen on promoting Telangana tourism. And it's the need of the hour. Probably if you look at the global scenario, today India has reached a stage where if it's time we have economic growth, that's the only thing which will take India, leaps and bounds ahead in life. And when you look at economic growth, then every sector has to grow. And tourism has to add something to the economy of Telangana. And for this, we have all assembled here. And I also thank our GBK Rao Garu. In fact, GBK Rao Garu is part of FTCCI. I think I can use that word because he's been supporting FTCCI and working with FTCCI since long. And I have another colleague of mine, Mr. Sanjay, who's also our management committee member along with me in FTCCI. He's also part of this. So we have beautiful people here, and today is something amazing. And why I'm sharing all this is when we started promoting this tourism, 150 to 180 weekend spots in Telangana. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. How many of you are aware of this? Probably now we have been using this in social, but still one or two hands are going up. So when this message came to me as president, when I was sitting and people brought this message, Ramchandran and Prakash and all them put together, I was awestruck. See, I'm born and brought up in Hyderabad, in Telangana, and I was not aware of these spots. So our role in FTCCI now is to see that we join hands with the government, which government is readily agreed. We want to promote all these 150 centers, and every weekend people can go to these spots and get benefit of this. And indirectly, it will definitely generate the economy of the government. Along with that, FTCCI's role is to see that the ecosystem also develops around these centers, because we need wonderful roads to go there. We need hospitality there. So this is something which we need to really look into it, and we have to do it. So as an industry body, I would also like to stress upon the fact that the prioritizing eco-friendly and responsible tourism, which helps preserve the nature and culture assets of the state of Telangana, is of utmost importance. We have announced, now coming to this, we have announced a 1-minute reel contest. The whole idea of this contest is two-pronged. One is we want to encourage people to take part in a competition. So there's some drive, there's some energy, there's some zeal. So there's some enthusiasm for people to do it. And this 1-minute reel is pertaining to the resorts, the weekend tourism. So when people give that, last time when we had a photo contest, we had about 500 to 600 photographs which have come from different parts of Hyderabad. So now we have extended to the entire thing. So this reel contest is going to end on 22nd. People have to give 1-minute reel about a resort. So they are awarded prizes later on, but the indirect benefit which the government and the FTCCI joining hands we get is we get the spots and we can promote them in social media and people can use this. So that reel contest also, over the course of the seminar, people will share about it, and I request all of you to take part in that. Not only you, please promote this and ensure that we also get some more things. And the second thing which I would like to share here is we have junction jewels. I don't know how many of you are aware of this again. The MCH and the GHMC and things like that, people from the government have created beautiful spots in Hyderabad and all corners with some decorative things and the theme of Telangana. So we are asking people also to take part in this photo contest of junction jewels, where we also promote this places. And added to that, when you look at, as my chairman was sharing, when you look at the entire country, Hyderabad is one place where when people come here and stay for a year or two, they would love to stay back and reside here. Do you all agree with this? And this is the only city where you have in every apartment complex entire country being represented. If there are 30 apartments or if there are 200 apartments, you find entire country being there. So this is such a beautiful place, or rather I tell this, you get two beautiful things in Hyderabad. The warmth of the climate, which is so beautiful, and the warmth of the people also. People are so friendly. So keeping all this in view, and we would like to ensure that we take this forward, and today's conclave will we benefit with this, and we also promote this 1 minute to reel contest and also the junction jewel contest. And I also would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, Ramoji Film City, who's sitting here. They are wonderful people. In fact, they do promote tourism so much and they give so much of importance to it. And most of us, I think, would have visited, and we know the hospitality which we get when we go to Ramoji Film City. And Pragati Resorts, I've already shared about GVK Rao Garu. He's always proactive. He always supports tourism. And also, probably during the course of the event, you'll realize about what he does with plants also. And also, Summer Green Resorts, who's my colleague as MC member. Sanjay also is part of this. So we are grateful to them. I also like to extend once again my gratitude to Mr. Venkatraman, Director NITHM, and his team for this extensive support throughout this program, sir. And I know that we'll continue this. And last but not the least, I'd like to thank the Secretariat of FTCCI who have meticulously put this program together. I thank each and every one of you present here and urge you to leverage on the enormous learning potential that this conference aims to bring in and join in our endeavor of taking Telangana tourism to the local, national, and global audience and curate memories of Telangana for a lifetime. Thank you.
Mr. Ravi Kumar, for capturing the entire essence of the activities, and I really appreciate your involvement, and I'm sure with your great work under your stewardship, FTCCI will continue to support us, not only us, the entire system as such. Now I want to request Sri GBK Rao Garu, Dr. GBK Rao, a known person in the entire, not only Hyderabad, Secunderabad, the entire country. I had the privilege of visiting him many times, but I'm sure, please let us put our hands together and welcome him to speak.
Sabhaku Namaskaramu. It's a great pleasure today. We are meeting on tourism, Telangana tourism. Telangana people, they are a very soft spoken, at the same time, very friendly. For tourism, this is very important. People, the friendliness, that giving happiness with a smile, that speaks the tourism to start with. And having the type of lakes what Venkatraman Garu is talking about, to protect the lakes and making all along the bund, the pathways and all. These are the things where the nature to be protected. Whatever the lakes we have, the Telangana is many lakes, mountains, and also the forest areas. These are the things where we have to protect, and the food. The food is also very important. What you eat, that you become the same. That is environment. It protects is only by what you consume, what you eat, what you promote. That is every house has to take care of that. What are the things which we must avoid, like plastics. Unless we start with our own home, it's not possible. The plastic is going to be the biggest threat to the whole universe. That is, it takes more than 2,000, 3,000 years to digest the plastics, which are in ocean. There are so many sea animals, they are suffering, and also the cows, whatever on the roadside, when you see, they don't know what is in the plastic, whatever is small food is there, they eat the plastics also, and finally they get into a biggest threat for their life. So the environment to protect the India is the greatest uh, opportunity is given to the whole world, that what type of the plants which we grow, like Trimurti Vanam, Panchivati Vanam, Panchabhuta Vanam, Navagraha Vanam, Nakshatra Vanam, Rasi Vanam, Saptarishi Vanam, 21 Patrikas, which, we conduct the children, they particularly to know about plants, they start with that, the 21 Patrikas, what are the usefulness, each Patrika, how to make as a medicine in the house itself to avoid all sort of the ailments, the problems of the body to take care of. The tourism is Telangana, something which to promote what we need to bring this culture, the food culture, or agriculture, or the horticulture, whatever, should start from the school education. The school education, children should know what are the 21 patrikas and our herbal, medicinal, aromatic plants. Unless we taught, unless we teach them, the allopathy medicine is influenced our India so much that, every small headache, we use the chemical and the type of, without prescription of the doctor, people go to the medical shop and take the medicines which are very harmful for the body. We need to protect our health. The first is, unless health is perfect, the next generation also, you may not get the good quality of the children. So we need to promote that. The tourism means first the health, then environment, the biodiversity. Biodiversity is such important, so every living being we have to protect. It's not that the snake is poisonous, we should remove from the planet. So the snake, every animal, whatever is created by God, is purpose is there to keep the biodiversity intact without human interference. So let us see that the tourism from Telangana, the trekking, and several other experiences. Hyderabad is very, very apt to become the weekend capital of India, as the FTCCI has named this. That is a vision of Telangana government and also the FTCCI. I believe the important aspect here is to develop very innovative and quality packages for the customer. The more creative we become and the more quality product we develop, the more innovative packages we develop for the customers or the tourists or whatever you call, they will be able to grab this, our opportunities. Packages should be marketed very across with the help of industry bodies, destinations, and a complete ecosystem.
it becomes a responsibility of the travel fraternity to popularize the concepts, popularize the themes. I'm of the opinion quality is very, very important. As they say, a tourist trust tourist. That has been my experience in my 25 years of journey with Ramoji Film City. Word of mouth is very, very important. If we satisfy our customer, he will go. The word of mouth is very, very important. And I have practically seen this. I can vouch for it. Ramoji Film City, we started tourism in 1999. And the circumstances, of course, as you all know, Film City is not for tourism, but for filmmakers. Because of various reasons, a lot of pressure for people to come and see the place. So that prompted us to open tourism, Ramoji Film City for tourism. And we started tourism in a very hesitant manner. We learned a lot, and with my all experience, I can tell you, word of mouth is the most powerful and unputdownable preposition, is what I strongly recommend. So word of mouth can happen only by quality. Quality service, quality in product experience, product quality in our hospitality. Everything we do should have quality. That is in the last 25 years, today we all know Ramoji Film City is one of the popular destinations in the country. And recently we have, as part of innovation, we just started glamping, just hardly 2 weeks ago. And we are still in the process of fine tuning and launching it. We have recently launched it during A.R. Rahman show. And response is very, very heartwarming. And we are very hopeful it will several other destinations and stakeholders come up with innovative products, innovative services, experiential product for benefit of tourism. Let's work together. I thank again for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Rao Garu. And I am told you are also one of the sponsors, and thank you so much for all the messages you have given. Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Director, Summer Green Resorts, will address us.
I thanks my headboard for giving this opportunity to speak to me. The subject, what weekend rooms, is a very good subject. Basically, earlier days, entertainment was something used to go hotel picture. Nowadays, entertainment, family entertainment, nothing. Going weekend with family, spending time with family at some good places is a good subject. So the subject what they have taken it is a very good virgin subject. It's have very good future for it. A lot of people go with the family with the weekend homes. So I say government to encourage this as a weekend home with good facilities. Presently, a lot of tourist places are there where facilities of staying, food is not there. So say government side they have to support for the good things for facilities near these temples, something like for stay and all these things. So people go for stay weekends home, stay there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, for your message regarding how do we promote this. I again stand before you as director of this institute. I must tell you that the government of Telangana and of course the founders of this institute was started 20 years back. Probably many of you might not be knowing. This is a beautiful 26 acres campus, and we offer courses in hospitality, tourism related areas. We do consulting, we help industry by providing our students as professionals in the field of tourism and hospitality. We also work with different industry bodies to promote, to explore, and to research into how do we make not only Telangana, entire country as a better place to live and to invite people from all over the globe. This is a joint venture, probably many of you do not know, is promoted jointly by the Government of India, Ministry of Tourism, and the Government of Andhra Pradesh, and now the Government of Telangana, under the aegis of the Youth Advancement, Tourism and Culture Department. Sri Jayesh Ranjanji is the chairman of this institute. And with a person like Mrs. Kranti Valluri as MD, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan as chairman of this institution, and all of you together, I think, it's a wonderful day. And then we have a lot of things which we can do together. I will not take much time, but only a couple of things I want to just highlight and flag here. One of the important sectors in the economy, which is often neglected or probably not taken cognizance of, is the tourism sector. I have done a lot of work in this area, in the sense, looked at how tourism can really create the multiplier effect. One tourist, many years back, six jobs. Today, they say multiplier effect has gone so much. Countries like Singapore, Thailand, and many others have said that we can increase up to 16 to 18 jobs, right from the fruit vendor to the... And so here is a need for all of us to come together. We can come together. We can look at all the touch points in the tourism area. 180 touch points. Mr. President had mentioned about 180. I am born, brought up in Hyderabad, but I have not covered more than 80. So this is one of the next emerging tourism spots. So the tourism committee, the Telangana Tourism Development Corporation, the stakeholders today, I see the very important persons in the audience, and I'm eager to work with you. What we can do at NITHM is provide you the roadmap, because we have an excellent faculty, we have excellent students, and of course, we organize conferences from time to time. Please come to us, let's work together, explore the prospects, and I'm sure, like Ramoji Film City, all of our guests who come to Hyderabad, they ask us, would you like to plan a Ramoji? So we can all plan, provided we come together and think that the purpose is to project Telangana. The purpose is to project India as the most sought after destination. So we need to have destination marketing. We need to have ecosystem management, facilities management, and we are here to help you, to work with you. And I'm also happy to inform you that today we are going to sign an MOU with the Telangana Event Management Council. This will promote rural women to get into entrepreneurship. I'm told by Mr. Ravi, Mr. Mukha Ravi, that in every village you see, you don't go now, if there is a small event, you have a decorator, you have an electrical this thing, you have right from Mehendi, and we have not really organized this into this thing. So if we can train these rural women, rural young people, I think we need not go around searching jobs. We can create our own ecosystem where we create our youngsters to become possible professionals in the field. I don't want to take much time, but I just want to also tell you that whenever we look at any program, we look at the end user. So please come forward. I have excellent faculty who can take this forward. We have a School of Hospitality just opposite this building, and this is an academic block which houses the BBA and MBA programs. In addition to this, we want to offer certificate courses in tourism and hospitality management, and we also want to extend to health caregivers. Today we are training nurses to go to Japan, of course, through TomCom. Yesterday there was a Japanese delegation which came to me and said, can you give us 100 people who are caregivers? Similarly, Philippines is asking us bartenders. So with all the wherewithal, we have an excellent, of course, mock bar. It's not a real bar. And we can train people in service management, in etiquette, in time reception, etc. I don't want to take much time, and I request now Dr. Srimati Valluri Kranti Garu. I've known her last 4 or 5 months. We are working like an excellent team. And I tell you the response I get from the tourism department, par excellence. And we always operate at a very short-term notice kind of a thing. In minutes and seconds, our decisions are taken. And I must thank Mrs. Valluri for that. I seek any help from them, or they ask us. Together, we curated a program for the tourist police. But very important thing, again, a brainchild of Mrs. Kranti and of Dr. Jayesh Ranjan, where we thought the touch point, whenever a tourist goes, we all go for tourism. And I am now working on a theme called LEAP, leisure tourism, entertainment tourism, adventure tourism, personal or spiritual tourism. What you're looking at is an old mother, an old sister, a young girl is going to a tourist spot. We need safety, security. Let me tell you, having seen Hyderabad last 55 plus years, Hyderabad is the safest destination. So we need some people who can address the issue. So we train 80 people. And remember, and you can see the applauds we are getting. These police are not the usual kind of a police whom people are afraid of. Vendor can also become a brand ambassador. Madam Kranti has got a very good idea about street vendors. I will not talk about it. I leave it to her. And that will make Hyderabad the happening food thing which somebody has referred, and all the initiatives, I'm sure. And again, thanks a lot for all of you. And I must tell you, I've attended several conferences. And one of the first conferences where at 10 sharp we have started. I must appreciate the FTCCI team and all the backup staff who are there and my own staff and faculty. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Very passionate team members of FTCCI, President Mr. R. Ravikumar, the Chair of the Tourism Committee, Mr. Prakash, Senior Vice President, Mr. K.K. Maheshwari, Mr. Srinivas Garimella, Director NITHM, CMD Pragati Group, Dr. G.B.K. Rao, Vice President Ramoji Film City, Mr. A.V. Rao, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Director Summer Green Resorts, and all the distinguished personalities present here from the tourism and hospitality. And the topic is also extremely relevant because post-COVID, there has been increased awareness on importance of travel and importance of having personal time to spend with family, etc. And Hyderabad being major IT hub with over 1 million IT employees and thriving industries where several youngsters are working over the week, and they're looking forward to having weekend getaways for the weekend to relax and unwind and spend time with the family members, spend quality time with the family members. So several are looking forward to having good weekend destinations where they can spend the time. So this over 150 weekend destinations which a person can travel from Hyderabad and cover the trip in 2 days and come back and again resume their work. So which is phenomenal. And all these 150 destinations need to be promoted and publicized by each and every one of us so that the crowd of Hyderabad will be able to explore these destinations. So from the department side, 6 months back, Government of Telangana has unveiled Telangana tourism policy for upcoming 5 years, 2025 to 2030. So where the vision is set for the state, extremely keen to develop the tourism sector in the state, targeting 15,000 crore of investment over the 5 years in the sector, creating 3 lakh job opportunities and increasing the contribution of tourism sector to the state's GDP by 10%. So recently, after unveiling of the tourism policy, we have conducted World Tourism Day, and a tourism conclave was hosted on that day, which is September 27th. And we could get 15,000 crore of investments in 31 projects within 4-5 months of the launch of the policy. Although we have set a target of 5 years, that itself shows that the tourism industry is very promising and they're very much willing to invest and develop tourism sector in the state of Telangana. So only thing which needs to be addressed now is promotion of these destinations, packaging of these destinations so that it reaches the public. So we are attending several travel conferences. We have attended World Travel Mart in London, PATA in Bangkok, and other travel conferences happening in India. So the awareness about the destinations in Telangana needs to be much improved. The tour operators and travel agents need to work together with the state to promote all these destinations amongst the national and international public so that everybody is aware of the heritage, spiritual, Buddhist, and different types of tourism assets which are present in the state of Telangana. So we are coming up with cluster development approach. In state of Telangana, we have identified 9 important clusters, tourism clusters, where we are going to develop master plans. So the idea is currently the tourists are going to a place, they're staying for one day, visiting one important place and they're coming back. But Telangana is a place of lesser known destinations. There are several destinations whose story has to be told, which have very huge importance from history perspective, from spiritual perspective, but the stories are not yet told. So in this cluster development, at each major destination, all the surrounding destinations, suppose within 100 kilometers of the destination, whatever are the tourism properties or places of tourist interest. So all those we are going to highlight them in this master plans. So if a person is going there for one day, we are now seeing how we can extend their stay to 2 to 3 days or at least 3 to 4 days so that they can cover all these important destinations when they visit. And currently there are only 1 or 2 activities that a tourist can do when they are visiting a tourist place. So we are also looking at how can we increase the number of activities that a tourist can participate in. At least 10 to 15 activities a tourist should be able to do when they're going to visit a destination. It can be adventure activities. It can be safari activities within forest nearby. It can be visit to temples, or if any water body is there, boating activities, fishing activities. So in these master plans, we are looking at in each of this cluster, providing 10 to 15 unique activities. Because now everybody, all the tourists want experiences. It is not just visiting a big monument and taking photographs and coming back. They would also like to understand the place, spend time, if any nearby farm is there or a tribal area is there, spend time in the rural homestays or farm stays. If any that location is famous for a handicraft or handlooms, they would like to go and experience, interact with the artisans, understand how a sari is woven, etc. So all this we are going to factor in our master plans. For example, if we take Nirmal district, everybody knows about Basara temple. A lot of tourists go there for Aksharabhyasam of their children. But around Nirmal, there are several nice places. There is a eco-urban park within Nirmal town, which provides safari. tourist preferences, we will customize the entire itinerary. So several visitors are visiting Hyderabad on business purpose. Several conferences are happening. Delegates are coming from national, international places, but they are unable to visit the locations. So we are going to publicize all our custom tours and request them to extend their stay by half day or 1 day by mailing all the tourism information in advance to the conference organizers so that the delegates have an understanding of what are tourist places are there and they can plan their trip accordingly. And when they come, so custom tour means from the pickup at the airport to showing them all the places of their interest and again dropping them off at the airport in a safe manner by providing guides if they require. So everything we are going to customize. So these are some of the initiatives which we are currently working on. And I request entire hospitality and tourism industry also to support us in the process because industry's cooperation and initiatives are very key in this process. So when we develop the master plans also, we are going to understand what are the further developments which are possible in each of these 9 clusters. So we can have some boating reservoirs where boating is not currently present. We can have areas which have potential for adventure sports, but presently there are no adventure sports activities. So we would request you also to invest further in the tourism sector so that and develop tourism infrastructure so that the clusters can provide a very good experiential tourism to the tourists. So with this, I thank one and all for organizing the tourism conclave on weekend tourism economy, especially FTCCI, for their efforts in bringing together hospitality industry for this. Looking forward to the coffee table book on weekend tourism destinations, which we need to popularize very much. I thank Director NITHM and each and everyone also for coming to this program. Thank you.
Thank you for your elaborate discussion and then, giving us a roadmap for what to do next. I'm sure we can all join together and do this. Before we end this program, may I request Senior Vice President FTCCI, Sri K.K. Maheshwari Garu, to present the mementos to the distinguished speakers and all the important guests of this occasion.
I'd like to request the Senior Vice President to also fill state Dr. G.B.K. Rao garu. I would like to request the Senior Vice President to also fill state Mr. A.V. Rao garu, Vice President Ramoji Film City. I would like to request Senior Vice President to also fill state Mr. Sanjay Agarwal ji, Director, Summer Green Resorts. I would like to request our Vice President, Mr. Srinivas Garmela ji, to fill state the Director of NITHM, Professor Venkat Ramana. Thank you, everyone. I would like to request our Vice President, Mr. Srinivas Garmilaji, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we head on to our power-packed 2.5 sessions of workshop with panel discussions and speaks, let me reiterate a thanks. Our President and everybody has already thanked, but I would like to go through this. My sincere thanks to our sponsors for this program, Ramoji Film City, Pragati Resorts and Summer Green Resorts, for the generous support toward this program. My sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Ms. Valluri Kranti Garu and Mr. G.B.K. Rao Garu, Mr. A.V. Rao Garu, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal and Venkatramana Garu. I thank our partners, Incredible India, Government of Telangana, National Institute of Tourism, Hospitality and Management, Telangana Chambers of Events, Industry and Travel Agents Association. And finally, I would like to thank the chair and the co-chair of our tourism committee, Mr. Prakash and Mr. Ramachandran, and other members of tourism committee for curating this, and our FTCCI secretariat team led by Sangeeta Garu, and obviously staff of NITHM for curating and doing this wonderful program. It really feels like a summer resort. Let's get ready for a 2.5 hours of lovely session. And thank you one and all for attending this program on time. We started at 10. We just delayed by 15 minutes, but let's start. Thank you once again.
I request 2 minutes. All the students can come here. You have a wonderful opportunity to take a picture with the guests. All the students who are there. Or we can go to the lake side. Just stand there. Assemble there at the lake side. We are all anyway coming there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for tea for about 10 to 15 minutes. Please be back by 15 minutes and we'll begin the next sessions. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Andy.
I would also like to welcome a huge round of applause, please. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, now what I want all of you to do is close your eyes, okay? Okay, please close your eyes and I'm going to play a song. Listen to it and think of what location comes to your mind the moment I play that song, okay? No cheating. Can we all sit down and close our eyes? Please settle down, settle down, settle down. Okay, don't open your eyes. Just listen to this and tell me what is it that... Don't open your eyes. Okay, tell me what came to your mind. Ladakh, okay. Roja movie, Kashmir. Yes, for how many of you were able to recollect the Kashmir location? Yes? Yes, you closed your eyes, but still with the sense of sound, a picture came into your mind, yes or no? Yes? Okay, so can we play it again? Just go back. Yes. In this situation, yes, though he was in a very, very difficult situation in that moment, the song made such a huge impact on all of us, yes or no? Yes, when we go to Kashmir, we look at the green spaces. Wanted to go. Someone over there raise the hand. Yes, Rajesh.
Obviously, Goa, many of the Instagrammers and all, especially I like the Para Road, the movie where this Shah Rukh Khan's movie. So I really love the Para Road, and when I really felt there, I actually felt the vibes. So it's worth the hype.
So another person who went to a location based on the reels.
Sure. My age is 74 years. The films and screens that I saw were before the foreign shootings and the Kashmir shootings. So after seeing the Kashmir scenes, I had a very ardent desire to visit Kashmir, which I have done since 15 to 20 times.
Wow,
And
15 to 20 times. So
and
powerful.
each time different and new locations, and each location as good or better than the other.
Brilliant. Let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, being in the industry, in the tourism industry, how many of you are all from the tourism industry? May I have a show of hands? Yes? How many of you here own a property where people come and visit? How many of you are involved in that? Yes? There. How many of us are employed in the tourism industry? If you can raise a hand. Yes, how many of you are employed in the tourism industry? Yes, thank you. I feel this is one high income skill, okay, which is screen economy. It is not enough now just to open a space. It is not enough now just to put up something. But most importantly, if we can create spots in our venue where the music, the hook step, or a dialogue, if we can design it in our venture, right? Normally, in tourism places, what do? People will be clicking pictures and will be like, okay, move, 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 move. Yes or no? Instead, if every location that is being created, if we can create a spot which is only meant for capturing, which is only meant for promotion, and where time is given to make that happen, that's going to dramatically change the way the industry operates. Okay, most of us as business owners, before social media came, the entire focus was on operations, giving great experiences and all of that. But post social media, especially in the last 2 to 3 years, right, the focus needs to shift back to how do we make the experience very, very memorable or very, very unique so that whoever comes to the place, they want to do that in that particular space. If you start thinking in that direction, I'm going to give you a few examples of what I mean by that. You know, 80% of the millennials, 80% of the millennials nowadays, if they have to go to a location, it is purely based on a reel. It is 80% of the people take their decisions based on a reel. And according to booking.com, there was a study done by booking.com, 50% of the buying decisions on booking.com happen based on the videos which the places put up. And on an average, if a location is covered by an influencer or on an OTT platform or in a movie, the least increase in tourism is 45%. 45% is an increase of tourism to a particular space only based on its presence either on an OTT platform or on a movie screen or on an influencer's screen. Okay, so why does that happen? A, familiarity. Yes, though we have not visited the space, when we are seeing it on the screen, we feel that it is our space. We feel that we know the space, right? People, if they have to go to unknown locations where they don't know, they don't take that easy buying decision. Whereas when they see the location and when they see so many people in that location, they feel they know the space. And that helps buying decisions. That completely alters the way a person decides to visit that place or not. Second most important thing, visual familiarity. Especially if there is something which is creating an impact in that place. If there is a lasting impact, again that plays a massive role on the buying decision. And also, when an influencer visits the space, they don't just go and say, I visited the space, right? In 50,000 rupees, how can you visit the place? In less than 5,000 rupees, I have done this, right? They give their entire itinerary. You don't have to go and create an itinerary on your own, or you don't have to figure things out on your own. It's already done by someone and you're already seeing it, so you easily can relate to it. Okay, so these are the three main reasons why people get influenced to go to a particular location. Now, let us look at what's happening. You know, before, if we have to go to some location, we used to ask our family and friends, okay, can we go to that location? Yes. Now, no more. That is the last option that people are choosing, right? 75% people go purely based on social media. 64% is TV, news, and movies. Movies are also coming in second spot compared to what's happening on a reel. Yes, how many of you have made reels before? Raise your hand if you have made a reel before. Not yet? None of you? Then that's one skill which you definitely need to pick up, which is completely different from photography. It is completely different from videography. Reel making is a very, very powerful skill which every business owner, and even if you're employed with someone, if you know how to do reels, the chance of you getting hired is much, much better because you are the creator person, right? So, more than the television or movies, reels are having a massive impact on people. Yes? So there are 7 types of screen tourism. Screen tourism is not just one type. There are 7 different screens which influence the buying decision. The first one being movie tourism. The second one is OTT tourism. I'm going to give you examples of each one of them. And then we have influence tourism, viral spot tourism. Can anyone think of examples of viral spot tourism? Do you remember anything based on, okay, this is a viral spot? Yes? Dudhsagar, brilliant. You know, when I went to Dudhsagar, there was no way I could go to the place, right? You don't have a direct vehicle which can take you to Dudhsagar. It is just a viral spot which people take while going on a train. I had to get down the train track, trek on next to the train track, for more than 5 kilometers, and in between we had to find a goods wagon to get onto it and then go to that particular location. How many of you have seen Dudhsagar Falls on reels? Yes? Is it easy to go? That's what makes it more viral. Because it is not just a spot, but it is not even accessible, but majority of the people go. And while I was trekking on the roads, next to the railway tracks to go to that location, there were 100 more people doing exactly the same. Yes? So some spots become viral because of that mystery behind it. It's not necessary that it has to be a plain track and we can easily reach them. Okay? From movies, can anyone recollect any beautiful spot? Any of the movies that you can think of where there is a beautiful spot? Yes, sir. Yeah, Kashmir, okay. Manali, which movie? Sontam, okay. Anyone else? Any other movies that you can think of? Okay. OTT. How many of you watched Netflix? Yes? With any movie that you can think of from Netflix. How many of you heard of Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones, how many of you watched Game of Thrones? Did you watch Game of Thrones? Yes? What country comes to your mind when you think of Game of Thrones? New Zealand? Okay. Croatia? Yes? Okay, I'll get to that. Influencer tourism is there all around us. Then another very important tourism is drone shot tourism. Even if you have a simple location, when normal people shoot reels at the bottom, if there is a drone shooting the same location, it gives a completely different cinematic feel to that entire equation. Yes? So simple locations, but if they're shot on a screen which has a drone like a view, then it is going to change the way people visualize that place. The perception of the place, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Music video tourism, any space that you can recollect because of the music video you went? Music video? Okay, how many of you remember Bahubali? Yes, in Bahubali, hero's elevation shot near the Kerala, exactly. What is the waterfalls? Attirapalli waterfalls. Yes, the hero walks with the Shiva on his shoulder. Yes, how many of you remember that? Yes, that is a music video tourism. Literally after the movie got released, that spot was added by Kerala tourism on their itinerary, as part of their itinerary. Yes, that's the impact of a movie or a music video which has gone viral. Yeah. Ekpalka Jina, okay. New Zealand also became. Thank you for sharing. Food and cafe tourism, we see every day food and cafe tourism. Any new cafe comes up, we just watch it, right? So, what is the impact? I'm going to discuss 3 main stories and the impact of it on the numbers, on the financial numbers. First is the Game of Thrones. Yes. Croatia, how many of you heard of the country Croatia? Yes. How many of you are not familiar? Yes, you are aware of Croatia. I had gone to Croatia last year. Okay, I'll come to Croatia. How many of you saw this movie, Emily in Paris? Emily in Paris? Yes, right? I had gone to Paris last year. There is this lady who's from US who goes to Paris, and the entire movie on Netflix is made about the struggles of a young girl walking into Paris and discovering the city. Yes? Anyone watch that? Emily in Paris? Yes? 4, 5? Okay. And I and my husband went there, trying to shoot at the exact locations, exact spots, trying to get that feel. Why? Because you already lived that movie. Yes? And then Croatia. It's such a beautiful country and it is very, very affordable also. Yes? I think all of you must visit this country. It's very affordable and you will walk into a castle. The city, it's like all the places in Croatia are connected by water. And every time you land at a port, it is like you're walking into a castle, right? And if you look at Game of Thrones, it is made in that place. There is an entire Game of Thrones circuit that they do in Croatia only because of that movie. Even in this case, the tourism has increased more than 90% in Croatia only because of the series. And this is the Dubrovnik old city. Yes. If you look at the hills and the places, they are untouched. Exactly the way it was there in the olden times or it's there in the movies, you just walk into that space like that. Okay? That mysticism, that charm is captured. So when you look at all of this, the most important thing for us to remember is when we make a space, don't make a space just for the sake of it. Have a USP for the space. Each space should have that very strong, catchy point where people will associate with it. Emily in Paris is completely extra modern, whereas Croatia was completely old world charm. And they were very distinct in their identities. They were not confused in their identities. They are not trying to build tall buildings or completely different stuff in Croatia versus in Paris. They're not trying to do something else. That city's distinct identity is maintained in the tourism spots too. Yes? And the next one is Bali. Okay, I was just here last week. I visited Bali 4 times before 2017. Okay, and after 18, 19, I'm seeing suddenly one swing is showing every time someone is going to Bali. I was wondering what this swing was about. Normally, I don't visit again and again if I've covered a country. But this time, I particularly went only to explore this swing. And this was last week. It is only because of influencers. While the first two were the OTT influence, this particular spot got famous only because of the influencers. So it's not enough for you to just make a tourism space, but you need to create a space where people can visit. This spot called the Aloha Bali Swing features in top 5 Instagrammable spots in entire Bali. And you know what is there in that place? Any guesses? Simple rice field. It's like this, but one swing is there and people are taking pictures. I'm like, what is there? Why did people come here? Yes, there was absolutely nothing other than this swing and one photographer. Okay, but when you see it on Instagram, you'll think like, oh my God, it's so beautiful, right? There are 8 different swings with foreigners from more than 10 countries waiting in lines of 20 people just to click these pictures. Okay, 250% is the growth in revenue only because of this one spot in Bali. Yes, so when we are thinking about tourism, in the modern world of reels, we need to think beyond giving a great experience to a person, but also creating these spots which can capture the attention. And imagine just one swing spot has taken entire Bali to the top 5 destination to visit. Yes, it's purely because of there was no movie which is made, nothing, only these slow motion swinging reels. That's it. Only one swing, it will swing like this. That is the only thing which made the space so famous. Okay, so who participates in screen tourism? Who participates in screen tourism? Yes? Solo travelers? That's what we think. But look at the number of people who are involved in screen tourism. If you can have a spot which is specifically made for, there is a very less percentage of population who doesn't follow it. There are all of these people who are involved in screen tourism. If every location in Hyderabad or Telangana that we are putting up, I visited almost, other than 5 locations, the entire list in Telangana, I have visited every single location. I have the pictures. But because it's not in the circuit, it didn't get famous. Yes, the onus lies with all of us, right? If I visit Croatia, almost in a dilapidated state, We have similar locations in Telangana, which are completely neglected. No one is taking responsibility about those spots. Imagine if we all come together and make those spots real worthy, right? You don't have to create anything new. It's already in existence. But if we can come up and if we can promote the spaces in such a way that people visit, imagine if all of us shoot together, it's going to change the game. Yes? So, what is the benefits of screen tourism? Simple. It's very simple. You just watch one reel, you'll know in less than 30 seconds how to go, what to do. Your entire planning is taken care of. And you know whom to contact and it is done. In less than 30 seconds, we are making the life of people very, very easy. And there is immense family bonding. Also, 75 to 80% of the people right now are stressed. There is intense amount of stress which is there for majority of the population. They're looking for ways out. And around Hyderabad, we have so many locations, but because of lack of infra for creating these spots, right? The spots are brilliant, but we don't have those memories or hooks which people can go back to and associate those spaces to, right? Local economic growth. Like I said, in Bali, the local economic growth was more than 250%. In case of Bahubali, Kerala tourism, it went up by more than 50%. And the least growth is around 45%. Yes? So, what is happening in India? Yes? Our Narendra Modi ji said, wed in India. Right? For destination weddings, please don't go outside. He said, let's do tourism in India. Yes or no? But if we create these impactful locations with specific spots for screen tourism, that is when we are going to change the story, because that's when it is going to go into common public. Also, the packages that need to be created should be around this. If we see Ramoji Film City, after Bahubali came, they have a complete new circuit. Yes or no? Yes, how many of you visited Ramoji Film City? How many of you went to Bahubali sets? How many of us went there? Like that, if we can, new packages can be created if we are able to identify it and do the due diligence. Okay? So, this is the Bahubali Atrapalli Falls. This is when we visited just for the fall's sake. Okay? So, why is this trend going to continue? Because a lot of OTT movies are being made left, right, center. They need different locations. But they go to a certain location with certain appeal, which is natural surroundings. We cannot make the location completely different. Okay, then it doesn't remain as a natural location, right? Whenever we're talking about tourism, it goes into an overdevelopment zone. How do you maintain the balance between keeping the nature intact without destroying it and at the same time taking it to the next stage? That is what is needed. So, I want all of you to take 2 minutes and write down the ideas which have come to your mind with this particular discussion. Okay? Come on, let's make a note of what can we do together collectively here, which can help with the locations which are there in and around Hyderabad. What can we all do together? Just please make a note quickly. Anyone wants to share? You can raise your hand. Don't. Can I get a mic, please? Please share your name, what do you do, and you can share what are your ideas.
My name is Professor M.M. Anwar. I am a retired servant of the Government of India. I have been a director of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. I have visited every tourist spot in the country except Tirupura, Manipur and Mizoram, because my work entailed travel, and I was the director of the entire country from Kashmir to Tamil Nadu, from Gujarat to eastern side. So I have visited all, seen it all, visited 8 countries. So a lot of experience in tourism.
How can that experience
We-
translate
here-
into promoting? Yes.
here.
Yes.
There is a very beautiful tomb of Mahalakka Bai Chanda. It's a beautiful story. She has been a courtesan of great repute, and the entire Usmania University land belonged to her, which ultimately went into the university. So I think if you, her mausoleum is wonderful.
Which is the location, sir?
Its location is near Maula Ali.
Maula Ali.
On the way up to Maula Ali, it's a very scantily visited place, but extremely beautiful and very good
I think
for
we should
development.
include that also in one of our locations.
Yeah.
So, sir, 1 second.
Yeah.
I would like to invite Ramachandra Garu on stage so that he can talk about the contest which is happening in, which is done by FTCCI. Yes, sir.
Wish I would have explored this subject in detail, but we are running late and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan is arriving at 12:15. And before that, we have one session. I think I'll speak on that a little later. If you can just do
Yeah,
it fast.
talk about the real contest, sir.
Yeah, FTCCI Tourism Committee is doing a real contest to highlight weekend destinations in and around 150 kilometers radius of Hyderabad within Telangana. And you have heard a lot of other speakers speaking in the inaugural session that there were about 150, 60, 70, 80 weekend spots or destinations. But you will be astonished and surprised to know that there are well over 460.
Oh my God.
I can give you all those names. Imagine if this is the number, what could have been investment? If this is the number, what could have been the employment that it generates? But unfortunately, this one area neglected, never ever highlighted. For the first time in India, you do Google it and you will know that this weekend tourism is never attempted at such a level in a structured manner. This is our first attempt. And kindly join in this Reels contest. The last date is November 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, are we all ready to make one reel right now? Yes, how many of you are ready to make one reel? Yes, please stand up. Can I get my phone? Yeah. Please stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Let's all stand up. Yeah, I'll teach you. So what we need to do is just take your camera. Yes. The best part is even 5 to 10 seconds, your reel will get better reach than a 30-second reel. All that you need to do is turn the camera like this. Yes. And go like this and say, I'm part of the first weekend tourism conference in India. That's it. Can you all do that? Yes, please. Please stand up, stand up, stand up. Let's all do it. Till we do it, we are always stuck. Till we do it, we feel shy. And it's very, very simple, okay? Let's all do it. Come on, guys. There's no point. Just point it towards you. Point it towards you. And just say like that. I'm not able to see my face. Yeah, make sure your camera is just at me. Yeah. Okay, get on, stand up, please. Yes. Please, 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 please. Okay, take your camera and just rotate. Yes. Record. Click on the record button.
I'm happy to be a part of the weekend tourism conference, and I think we can do great things for Hyderabad tourism and for Telangana tourism, which could be best in the country and the world.
Perfect. That's it. That's it. Let's give him a big round of applause. So now what are we going to do? So do we have a handle for FTCCI? Social media handle? If you can talk about NITHM and this handle, they'll post it to that.
FTCCI Tourism.
Okay, let's all post to that. Okay, thank you so much everyone for your time.
Friends, what a lovely talk in an era of screenagers. Teenagers are no longer teenagers, screenagers, the importance of screen tourism. Dr. Mani, wonderful, decent, fantastic, superb, marvelous. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. As I informed you earlier, since we are running behind schedule, we have next speaker. This speaker has to close in next 10 minutes. 12:15, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan is going to be here. He'll be here just for 30 minutes. We must make use of his presence. May I now call upon, and meanwhile, before I call him, please stay back, don't go. Okay. And Mr. Mir Khan, may I invite you, sir? Just please finish this in next 10 minutes. He's going to talk about how heritage sites in the city can be explored during your weekends. Over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is Mir Khan. I represent Deccan Terrain. We are a heritage restoration and conservation company. We do heritage restoration projects. We also do conservation of paper, fabric, and so on and so forth. Honestly, I don't have much of interaction with the tourism so far and with the hospitality groups because we are always behind the scene doing the restoration of heritage projects. I've been invited here to create an awareness about I would like to be part of this to make sure that the ground level we work on restoring the heritage, promoting our culture and our diversity is properly showcased with the help of tourism and the hospitality group of people with us. What we are talking about today is the city of pearls, which is Hyderabad, known for to be a city of pearls. And this time we are talking about the monuments, the shopping places, the water bodies, the heritage sites of the city as the city of pearls. We are trying to work on with the Department of Tourism and the hospitality to bring in live contests, cultural programs, art and cultural activities, cuisine into heritage sites. What we need today is to build an ecosystem, maintain the site, create cleanliness, give a vibrant atmosphere for the visitors, and basic crowd management and parking facilities. When we work on sites, on projects, we have worked on Makkah Masjid, Charminar. We are now currently doing the Nizami Atibi Hospital. And recently we completed the Kotowal House, the first Commissioner's Office of Hyderabad. And Mr. C.V. Anand inaugurated that project. And earlier to that, we finished the James Street Police Station. It has its own heritage value. The James Street Police Station was named after James Cook, the British engineer. So every site had its own requirements, difficulties, and restoration ideas. So what we do is try doing a restoration on the basis of a requirement of a site. At the same time, we also do our own restoration material. We make our own lime. We use jaggery, karkaya, and all the additives. Perhaps you can eat everything that we use in a lime building except the sand and the jute. So while he fixes that, what we are trying to do is to connect with the heritage and we are trying to connect the tourism, heritage, and the hospitality. We have been doing restorations and we have seen there is no visibility of those heritage sites. per se, we have been working on the Lad Bazaar project. I'm sorry for this. Just a second. Well, there is some technical glitch, but I'll go on. What we are I'm used to it. We are a heritage restoration company, so we always have glitches. Uh, Luckily, we do not have technology to support us. Okay, while we speak about what we have done, we have restored a part of Pattargatti. We have also done a mock-up of Lad Bazaar, the Bengal street from the Charminar till the Mehboob Chowk. And the idea was to build an entire facade in GRC. I'll skip this, the earlier slides, go on this, then go back to the earlier slides. I'll talk to you about. Now, this is the Lad Bazaar, which we did a basic mock-up. The architect is Abha Narayan from Bombay, and what we did is creating entire facade, which will give you an impact, give an impact to the visitors, and create a heritage site of a heritage kind of a site. This is quite disturbing. Anyway, this is the original drawing and the structure, the formwork. And this is the perspective, a real monument which has actually been encapsulated in GRC. Well, thank you. So basically, our job is to restore, formulate, form, and recreate, give an experience to the visitors, and create a vicinity, an atmosphere which was 400 years old, which is 200 years old, depending on the site where we work. For an example, on a mock-up we did in Lad Bazaar. Lad Bazaar, all of us know, is basically the place for good bangles, pearls, where we have, and the wedding collections, and a lot of Deccani dresses for bridal, which is called khada dupatta and all that. So I know a little less about it. So what we did is picked up two shops, did a drawing, and this was the perspective. The real design was done, executed in GRC. GRC is a strong material which has less impact and a longer durability. So we have now, we are looking at building that entire street. It has technical issues like we have underground BSNL cables, wiring, and other lines which are going in, drain lines which are not less than 100 years old. All has to be rectified before we do the facade. Okay. So this is the street, right, starting from the Charminar till the end of up till Chowk. We have also done a small mock-up and restoration of Pattargatti. Pattargatti, as you are aware, was built for economic development by the government, by the Hyderabad state, after the floods of 1902, Musi floods. Mozamjai Market, Pattargatti, and there were other places restored and built around to develop the economy. While it was done, what we tried to do is, we also mapped from Pattargatti, from Gulzar House till the Afzalganj. The idea is that we want to create a scenic atmosphere when a visitor walks into a site, when he drives around from Afzalganj, he should be able to walk around, see the heritage as it is. This is typically a Madina building crossroad, Chaurasta. This is the Charminar route going towards Afzalganj. So we have divided it into 4 blocks. Each block has its own significance. The first block is, of course, the Afzalganj, which was built by the Afzaluddaulah. And beyond that is Madina Building Circle. And after that is Alauddin Waqf Buildings, which is a little smaller in size. And you see the post office on the right side, and left is the Miralam Madi. That's where the Patharghati starts. After the floods of Musi, Patharghati was developed. Ground floor was the shops, and first floor was basically like a saraya, a place people can stay for overnight, and when they sell ground floor, use the space for stay and so packing their stuff. While we were doing the restoration in Patharghati, we realized that we have been laying roads by and by. So we have now a road which is more than 1.5 feet high, which is actually causing structural problems to the real building, because now the road is higher than the main Patharghati building, which is causing the rainwater to flow back into the building foundation. So there are a lot of corrections required, and this is going to be a massive project. However, what we emphasize, or we envision as Patharghati is a place like a street in Tokyo, or a Connaught Place, a place where people can peacefully walk around, see shop by shop, buy pearls, buy Indian jewelry, buy Deccani products. Having said that, I would like to add one more thing here, is while we work on the sites in Old City, we have realized that the hawkers, the street vendors, they are selling Chinese products or a plastic doll or something which they pick up from nearby shop and sell. While we go to Rajasthan or any other state, we find people selling their souvenirs, selling their magnets, selling their own T-shirts with the print and all that. So we would like to invite attention from the tourism department and from the minority, from the Ministry of Small Scale Industries, to make sure that we have an experience center around a prominent heritage site such as the Golconda Fort or the Charminar and so on, and have our cultural properties local base and promote them to sell the product. We can subsidize those products, give them good profit, they will use, and that's how can promote our. Yes, of course. So I am actually rushing into looking at the clock. Now this is actually Patharghati. This entire street, actually the front facade is stone, back side is lime. The entire building is lime. We have done terrace water tightening for some of the portions, not all. And what we perceive, what we see is this. This is what we want to see. Of course, हमारा अफजलगंज जहाँ जगह है, वहाँ से we take left, and we want to create a space where we will create a flea market. Imagine relocating all these hawkers to a place, a decent place. When I go with my friends, I would like to go to the flea market, buy 10 bucks stuff. We can go there. For people who want a real experience of Hyderabad, they can go to the main Patharghati street. And we can create parking areas in the street where you have the central library and all that, then move on the people, take a golf cart and go to the Patharghati street. That's our plan. Now we have, I'll skip that, it is one of the same. That is Afzalganj. What we have created, this is, if you remember the earlier Tangman railing, what we are trying to do is not spend much money, just clean this facade and create an atmosphere of the Afzalganj and have a stone barricade, and this is the pedestrian area. This is not going to cost much. Perhaps we have also planned these heritage poles. We are not going to replace everything at a cost. What we are trying to do is create a 5 feet cast iron cap and place it on the pole so that we use the existing pole instead of spending that entire amount of removal and putting a new one. And so is with the lighting fixtures. These are few shops, small hawker shops, which we thought of popcorn and ice cream or something, which is tagged by GHMC, managed by the employment exchange, that no hawker just walks in and starts selling something out of a basket. We will give them a badge We give them a product, what we sell. Even if they sell a food product, we have to make sure that it is quality driven. So all that we thought, and these are a few examples. This is Kakatiya. This umbrella is above the Madina building, so we picked up that design. This is inspired by the High Court. And these are a kiosk which can be used for the information counters, the police department picket, or any other activity of municipal corporation. I would also like to emphasize on one more very important subject of Old City is the Purana Pul, the first bridge which connected Golconda Fort to the new Hyderabad. And I was reading somewhere about the new city development of Hyderabad, where construction of Makkah Masjid and construction of Charminar was planned. And in the script, I somewhere read that the people who built new city, that is Hyderabad, and built Charminar, the inscription says that Golconda is overpopulated and we need a space. So the overpopulated Golconda, yes, that time, for 50 years today. So they went out and placed a new landmark and started a city out beyond the Musi River. Now this is the condition. I am not here to point out on the condition. I am here to work on this. I want to work on this. I want your help. I want help from the tourism department. I need help from the other respective departments to make it well, make it better, make it livable, make it usable, and it's a history which is beyond compare. Today, Hyderabad or Telangana, Hyderabad has such 500, Telangana more than 1200. We were working on a design program for Medak. I realize it is 1,000 years old. So imagine the 1,000 years of history of fort, the walls, what they must have seen last 1,000 years. Hyderabad, 500 years. We are not Singapore, Dubai, 60 years old, and we have nothing to say. We borrow and then showcase. They showcase better. They have a raft or a small ship, wooden ship, used in Burj or somewhere. They pick it, showcase it, show it like a glamour. We have so much, we are not really doing much. So what I'm saying here is, this is just a collection of photographs. It means nothing from my side. All I am saying, all of us have to work together to make it better, livable. And it's not going to cost much. What we are talking about is, this is the stone area which we will have to replace with the natural stones. And we already have railing, so we don't need except places where we need to have railing. And so is the lamppost. There are lampposts which are defunct. All we have to do is replace parts which are required to be replaced. Now there is a small shopping bazaar there which has to be, we have to relocate them. We have to respect them. Also, I am not really expert in economies of scale or the upliftment of poverty. But I see great potential. If you pick up that lady, give her a decent shop, give her some good things to sell, give her a Pochampalli silk, give her anything which belongs to Telangana, and tell her this is your price. And you do buy it free. It doesn't matter because we have a lot of money. We do really have a lot of money. We have CSR activities, we know a lot. But who's going to support her? Now, what I'm saying, I'm not going to dislodge her. I don't want to dislocate her. I want to give her a better livelihood, guarantee her PF, medical care, and make her a comfortable citizen of the city. So this is basics of the, one more thing. The entire bridge was 22 arches before. One side is the gate. There are 13 gates of Hyderabad city that time, the gated city. And one side of the bridge has a gate now. The other side is sunken into road. So now visible arches are only 19. So that's the basic statistics of the bridge. Now, after seeing so many people speaking about heritage and all that, so this is very small to talk about on what we can do, because there are experts in heritage. They are experts in tourism, and so is with the Federation of Commerce. I will leave it to them to decide on which area can promote, what we can do as a heritage community. There are a lot of people behind me. There are a lot of colleagues, friends, and other companies, associations, the archaeology department, and so perhaps currently all the departments are coming forward to do restoration of heritage. We are with you. What we are saying is showcase us the way it has to be. Showcase Hyderabad, showcase Telangana, our culture, our legacy, our heritage in a proper way. Thank you so much. I just added these 2 slides. This we are doing at Masap Tank. What happened is we realized, I was talking to Mr. Ronald Ross the other day. I said, sir, why are you buying Chinese dolls and putting on the crossroads? So he said, what can you do? Don't talk. Can you do something? I said, I will try. So he gave me 3 sites. So I picked up Masap Tank, where we are doing a bridge. This bridge will have a plaque which will direct you to Golconda Fort, saying Golconda Fort 8 kilometers or something. Since Hyderabad is a city of pearl, we are building a oyster with a pearl. This is this is brought from Rajasthan, about 1.5 ton marble piece, solid. And is the bridge. So these are examples we are setting to make sure our landscape, the urban landscape, is developed in a way a heritage city should look. Both should go in hand. Perhaps if you see today, the Lakdi ka pul has one plastic ka pul. So I'm not, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying wrong to that, but I'm saying there are better ways to do it. Thank you for your time and listening to me. After a vibrant speech from her, I am not so good at it. I am not a OTT YouTuber, so you please. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm aware you are from Habubia.
Yes,
yes.
3 generations of my
Yes.
family have studied there.
Yes.
Sarojini Naidu studied there.
Yes.
So why don't you do something about that?
See, there is a department called Department of Education, which takes care of general development of the
कुछ नहीं
city.
कर रहे हैं, खंडर बना दे रहे हैं उसको. रोना आया मेरे को जाके
Urban
देखो.
threshold is different. Yes, Mehboobiya. That's at the gun foundry. Yes. It's a beautiful property, ma'am, that's true.
Yes, the stage has gone to the dogs. Assembly hall में सो टीन के benches पड़े हुए हैं. It's so sordid देखे तो छता लीक हो रहे हैं. I think it is a one point program. आसिफ जाही buildings को गिराओ. बस that's it.
Ma'am, 2010 में एक एक्ट बना था और उसके साथ एक पूरी कमेटी बनी थी हेरिटेज रेस्टोरेशन की, जिसके तहत 156 प्रॉपर्टीज को कवर किया गया था. But I am not sure if Mehboobiya was covered, but most of the heritage properties were covered into sections. I'm sorry, sir. Women's College, of course it is. It is. And I'll take this opportunity to mention to you that my nomination to the Osmania General Hospital is accepted by the World Monument Watch this year. So it will be active for 2 years. That's true.
So please ask him to do something about Mehboobiya.
Sure.
हाँ बिल्कुल.
Yeah. I will look into that.
उसमें stone work में, and we went and we told the principal we'll put some acid and he said you dare not touch it.
हमारे चीफ गेस्ट आ चुके हैं. After that हम फिर से एक बार कंटिन्यू करेंगे. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to request Mr. Ramchandran to present a memento and a plant to Mr. Mir Khan. I would also like to request Dr. Mani Pavitra to come onto the dais. I would like to request Mr. Ramchandran to present a memento and a plant to Dr. Mani Pavitra. I would like to invite Ms. Anuhya Nalani Chakravartula, hospitality industry expert, to speak on getaways to growth engines, redefining Telangana's travel future through the weekend tourism movement. Over to you, Ms. Anuhya.
Even the people out there at the last. It's not audible even now. Now it's audible. Hi, everyone. It's really an honor to stand here in between the people who really shape dreams of several people who want to actually travel throughout. I'm so happy to be here. So I come from a world of hospitality. And the biggest lesson, what my 10 years experience of hospitality have got me is people don't remember you, but people remember how you have made them feel. Agreed? So I'm here to talk about tourism movement. Why I'm telling it as a tourism movement is there were several movements behind us where we always go backward to talk about them, where they have saved lives, where they have inspired us. And I am here to say that this weekend tourism movement is going to take us from a getaway to a growth engine. Let me tell you how. Before that, I wanted to share a very small incident, maybe somewhere around 2 months back, like while I was in some of the corporate office. There was a couple who came to me and they were like, they wanted to go on a trip. Anuhya, can you please help us out with it? Like a typical travel agents, I have so many professionals here. I cannot absolutely compare myself with you. But as a typical travel agent or a tour operating person, I have put forward few questions saying which destination you want to go, number of packs, or which category hotel do you want to go? The basic questions which all of us ask when someone comes to us for a trip. And the answer blew me away. They said, no, wait. We just need a day where we want to actually feel alive again. Are we all anytime in this sort of situation? I think all of us would have been in situation where we want to feel alive again. Is it so? If yes, can I see a wave? Yes, we do need a day like that. So that is when I also have understood there are so many corporates who are actually willing to go out for a stress relief break. And we also have couples who don't have time in their daily lives and want to move around. We also have families who live in the same city but don't have time to catch up with each other. And this is what I have noticed. This is one side of it. When you see the other side, wherein again a small incident, I've been to Vikarabad recently, and then I've seen a woman who is selling homemade snacks. No marketing, nothing, just a single woman with a lot of passion near the place, and then she's selling her homemade snacks. And then the moment I was there, she came to me with a lot of warmth. And she's been talking to me. She's interacting. She's telling what pulses she have used for making her snacks, how did they make, and how organic her snacks are, and all that. The moment she made me feel that warmth, I just felt like buying something from her. I just felt like I have to take something, and I really want to try it. And then that moment when I bought and while I was leaving, there is a line that she have told that we have people who come here for some warmth, but they don't know while they are leaving, they're actually filling our tummies. And that have blown me away, wherein I thought a small weekend of mine is filling someone's tummy, and thousands of small drives of us, we go on a long drives, are filling so many families' livelihood and actually is reviving a village. Now tell me, is there a wrong if I tell this as a real tourism movement of having a weekend tourism, especially to our own Telangana? Can I see yes? Yeah. Actually. So now after having this wow factor, I really want to say one more thing. So now let's all actually close our eyes and go back to when we have last traveled. Can we close our eyes and go back to the last trip that we have gone? And yes, I've closed my eyes. I'm going back. Yes, I've been to Lucknow with all my friends. We're jumping around on the bridge. I'm so happy. I'm on a bullock cart ride. We are here and there, moving here and there. And I can really imagine that. So the moment, I'm sure most of us have gone back to your moments. Yes? Are you all back in Kashmir? You're back on your own Kerala trips that you had? You had gone to several Telangana spots, super good spots. I'm sure you're all there now. So now I have a question. When I said you to go back to your trips, the last trip, did you sit down and think, how many days did I travel? How much money did I put in there? Or did you think about how did you feel over there? What was that? I actually have gone back where the bullock cart rider, how did he speak to us? What did he actually tell us? And what was all around Lucknow? And that's exactly what happens when we go back in a short break while to revive ourselves actually. And on this note, I have one more incident which have touched me, and I hope this will actually touch you guys as well. So I have been to this Siddipet village, and there was a lake over there, and I was just going there to different places in order to see for a good place for my own corporate people. I wanted to take them to some good place to have their weekend. In that process, I went in search of different places. While I was in this process, there was this lake where I am, and I can see 10 to 15 students running around, moving around, seeing the lake, enjoying it. There was an old man who was sitting there, and he's actually a tour operator, or I can say a tour guide. Please do mind if I'm not using the right tourism words. I don't hold an expertise. So he's the tourism guide. He's sitting there. I have this 10, 15 students who are listening to him. He's been explaining about the lake. How was it? How was his childhood? Everything he's been telling. And the students are just awestruck. They didn't even take out their phones. I know how phones are to us at this point of time. Wherever we are, we forget and end up going into the mobiles after all. So at that moment, I've seen all the students just looking at him, just hearing him out. And then after their interaction, they started moving. And then I saw one thing where one of the student from those group of students have gone back. He just touched his feet and said, Tata, I'm so happy today. You didn't just told us about the lake. You actually have showed us your whole childhood here. And he have recorded the whole story. He have put up in all the social media platforms. And then we had hundreds and thousands of people who have visited him. And again, going back to her, who have beautifully told us about how actually the content creation will make this moment even more stronger. And then on the same day, I have got to stay in a homestay. And then on that particular day, someone from my home were actually really sick. And then most of the ladies here, it is a real good juggle for us in between the personal and professional lives. Say yes, if that is the case. I'm sure that is the case. So I had someone who was sick at my home. At the same time, I had to be there for a conference and I had other things which I had to do. And that moment while I was staying back at my room, the homestay lady walked up to me and she said, I didn't see you going out for your dinner. And then I'm like, yeah, that's okay. And then she sat down beside me and asked, are you really okay? And that moment, you don't even believe, I just bursted out. I just bursted out in front of a stranger. It felt so embarrassing to me, but later on we almost spoke for almost like 15 to 20 minutes. And then I feel so better after that. And a small homestay person have made me feel something so good, which so many city lives didn't ever do it in my entire years of professional experience. So that's exactly what these experiences are going to make us feel. And this is the impact that is going to happen. And that's when I have actually called this a growth engine, not just a getaway. And then just to summarize it into a 5-pillar framework, I could actually say number one, being people-centric, wherein what actually people are needing at this point of time is being looked at. And number two, creator-driven, having tourism ambassadors like that small boy who actually needed experience and have recorded and got them actually to different people around. And then the local entrepreneurs that are there, and then the experience innovation that can happen as we have as we can see the farm to table things that are happening, the festivals, the cultures that are being immersed with various activities and the festivals that have been done around. And then the last is the biggest thing, collaboration, which is the industry, the government. I'm happy to hear all that they have spoken in the morning on how are they thinking about the collaboration. Industry, government, youth entrepreneurs, and then the local communities. And just imagine, they're talking about the 150 circuits that are there, 150 circuits, lots and lots of young entrepreneurs joining it, and then several villages getting revived. Oh my God, yes, this is a tourism movement. And yes, Telangana's weekend tourism movement is this, where everything is coming along. And then I really want to end this up by saying, weekend is not just 48 hours, but I can say it's the time where families are actually laughing again, couples are uniting again, and students are exploring again. And that's the weekend tourism for us, Telangana's weekend tourism moment. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Anuhya. That was a fantastic, insightful, and very energetic presentation of yours. So I would like, as we move on to the next session, I would like to invite Dr. Ramchandran to present a memento and a plant to Ms. Anuhya. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Thank you. So we move on to the next session. And we have with us Ms. K. Sirisha, Senior Divisional Manager, Assistant Director, Ecotourism Division. Over to you, Ms. Sirisha.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Myself, Sirisha Kudkila. I am working as a Senior Divisional Manager and Assistant Director in Ecotourism Division. We are from Telangana Forest Development Corporation, and my team members are Mr. Simman and Mr. Rakil also is here. And this is Telangana Forest Development. We are representing from Telangana Forest Development Corporation. We are proposed to develop sustainable ecotourism activities in the state in a big way. For that ecotourism activities, we are taking up lead role, and we are come up with a new brand, that is Deccan Woods and Trails by Telangana Forest Development Corporation. For that gateway to Telangana's wild beauty through responsible and sustainable nature-based ecotourism activities. And with this exciting new brand, we have offers to explore a wild beauty through sustainable and nature-based projects, and we are for that. Already Kranti Madam has told that Telangana government already formed a committee to identify the ecotourism potential areas and frame a sustainable policy. For that for that committee identify the potential areas in and around forest areas for developing the developing the ecotourism projects, and for the ecotourism policy 2025-30 Telangana Forest Development Corporation is designated as the nodal and executive agency for ecotourism projects in the state. In this policy, also strive to positions to Telangana as a top ecotourism destinations by preserving ecosystem and promoting sustainability, connecting people with nature, and protecting biodiversity, empowering local communities, and focusing on minimal infrastructure and maximum natural experience. We have and conserving forests and wildlife and cultural sites, and promote a local handicrafts and local handicrafts and handmaids, and we are promoting encouraging local foods also. And for all these activities must follow sustainable practices such as waste management and energy conservation, and within the ecological limits. And for this ecotourism project ecotourism policy have ecotourism project screening committee also. This is funding arrangement is Telangana Forest Development Corporation and Tourism Department and Government of India schemes and under CSR and public private partnerships also. In forest areas, only Telangana Forest Development Corporation and Tourism Departments has developed, and under PPP mode, outside areas PPP modes also we are inviting. And next. And revenue sharing model is 10% net profits to the forest department, and these all ecotourism policy marketing through the Deccan Woods and Trails. This is a new brand to the Telangana Forest Development Corporation, and Telangana Forest Development Corporation have these projects. These are the urban projects, botanical garden and forest rec parks, and Veduruvanam, Vanadrishyam and Chandanvanam. These are urban parks, and we are coming with new projects, that is Beach Anantagiri, Vikarabad. Vikarabad, and one more project is there, Mannanur and Domalpenta, and future projects is Kankagiri, Nandipeta and Vizag Colony, and Manjira also, and Majid Banda, and I'm requesting to vote to Suman.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue after our chief guest's address. The keynote address will be by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, a man who needs no introduction. However, I would like to, share his designation, Special Chief Secretary, Department of Tourism, Government of Telangana. A very warm welcome, Jayesh ji. Thank you so much for joining us today. I would like to request the President, Mr. R. Ravi Kumar, to welcome Mr. Jayesh Ranjan with a plant. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
Also,
thank you so much for
theme and topic for us. But I'm sure you were there since the morning, and you have also
noted all the important follow-up points, etc. So I have mentioned this on earlier occasions also. Our tourism policy came out about 6 months ago, and thereafter we are looking at how best we utilize the policy, we utilize the opportunities, and position Telangana in a very unique and a very different way. So our analysis has shown that we should target different tourist categories in different ways. International tourists should be captured in a different manner. Domestic tourists should be focused on in a different manner. But a large category, which is literally in our backyard, is what I call as hyper-local tourists. So people who work in our IT sector, people who work in our manufacturing companies, services industries, their family members. If you look at all of them, there are almost 2.5 million people, 25 lakh people, 10 lakh people work in the IT sector itself, another 10 lakh work in life sciences, defense and aerospace, services, academic institutions, and so on. And then there are about half a lakh people of their family. So about 2.5 million people are there who are in Hyderabad itself. And similarly, there'll be a similar, I mean, not this large, but a smaller number in Warangal, Karimnagar, and so on and so forth. So today, tourism has become a very important part of lifestyle also. I mean, it is not earlier, if you recall, people used to go on pilgrimages, which used to be once a lifetime kind of a mission that before I pass away, I should see Char Dham or things like that. But today, as a part of the lifestyle, people want to explore tourism opportunities as frequently as possible. I know of some young people who actually keep their calendar before them before the beginning of the year, check out what are the long weekends, what are the long holidays, which are the other times where companies can give leave, and they plan for the whole year at least half a dozen outings along, which is a mix of international visits, local visits, and so on and so forth. So these are the reality. Tourism is now more of a lifestyle kind of a thing, and of course, there are some people whose passions and hobbies are also connected with tourism. So, for instance, I was at the World Travel Mart recently in London. I came across some people. It is a mission in their life to visit every World Heritage site. So, whatever World Heritage sites are there in the world, they want to tick all of them, that I visited all of them. And fortunately, one of them is in our state itself, Ramappa temple, Ramappa temple, that is. So, all these people whose mission in life is to visit every World Heritage site will definitely come to Ramappa temple also sometime or the other. Once we give them that confidence that it's a great place to come, all the arrangements will be taken care of. So, hyperlocal tourism, I'm sure that of these 2.5 million people who are available as the catchment, there'll be many who will have similar motivations, similar thinkings. They also want to visit places. They could be casual tourists, they could be serious tourists, they could just want to have a good outing with their friends or families, etc. But the possibility is huge. Typically, when people talk about big cities, they compare Hyderabad unfavorably with places like a Bangalore or a Chennai or a Delhi, Gurgaon or a Bombay, telling that they have in other cities more options for these kind of short excursions than in Hyderabad. But when we looked up what are the places which we can offer, we have not done it very methodically, but a first level kind of a preliminary evaluation examination suggested that we can offer at least 100 weekend getaways. And that is the idea, that to identify or to program or to prime 100 locations where people can have very easily between 1 to 2 to 2.5 days of excursion possible. Some weekends are long weekends. Sometimes people get a Friday off or a Monday off, so it becomes 3 days also. So can we identify destinations where people can even find very enriching and very engrossing experiences up to 2.5 to 3 days also. Sometime, of course, will be spent in commute, but can we spend 2 days? Suppose I go as a family. Obviously, there'll be children in the family. Children's interests will be different from interests of grown-ups.
So how can we keep the children entertained and engrossed? There could be some casual travelers whose idea is just to have a good time. So how can they find something of interest there? So this is how we have to look at all these. I mean, 100 is just a random number. It can be 105. It can be 87. Any number is good enough. Just to use a reference point, we are using 100 as a kind of a benchmark. So of these 100, which are the ones where people can stay for a longer duration? Which are the ones where it's just a touch and go? You go there, spend a few hours and come back, and so on and so forth. But most important behind all these 100 would be what kind of experiences can we assure them? And most of the tourism is currently driven by experiences. In some places, there could be an experience, but in some other place, we may have to create new experiences. So I did a little bit of a deep dive for a place which is not very far from Hyderabad, which is called Pochampalli. And I will give you a real example of how we are thinking about Pochampalli. It is not yet activated. It has not yet been actioned, but hopefully within the next 2 to 3 days, you will see the way, the vision that we have for Pochampalli, you will see all that in action. So if today, because I know that they make beautiful saris. The same saris are also available in Hyderabad, but maybe they are less expensive in Pochampalli. You may get a more variety. And if I have to buy saris for some marriage or some such thing, maybe I'll go there and buy. So most of the people, 90% of the people in Hyderabad, if you ask them about Pochampalli, and if the answer to the question, are you aware about Pochampalli is yes, then this will be the subsequent answer. That if at all I'll go just to buy a sari. Now we have seen the place, we have evaluated what all is possible. We have figured out that 15 things can be done in Pochampalli. I mean, buying a sari is just one of those things. There are 14 other things of equal interest and charm that can be carried out in Pochampalli. So I'll explain to you what are those 15 things. And this is how we have to identify activities across all these 100 places. So in Pochampalli, the first thing which we propose is we have identified a street where a large number of weavers are there and they do the weaving in their homes only. And we have found that there is a huge variety of weaving activities which happens on the street. There are some weavers who are using a pit loom. There are some weavers who use a modern loom. There's an inventor called Mallesham who has invented a loom called Asu looms. So some families use that Asu looms. There are master weavers in some homes. There are some homes where only women are doing the weaving. So with the help of a local youth, we will arrange for a visit in that street and he will explain what is the difference between an Asu loom, what is the difference between a pit loom, what is the double ikat, what is the master weaver doing, which others are not able to do, what are the women doing. So that itself can consume between 45 minutes to 1 hour, a very educative, informative, and a very natural, organic kind of walk. Similarly, we are planning to set up a small museum there in Pochampalli, which will showcase what are the other textile or handloom centers in Telangana and how is that handloom work different from the work in Pochampalli. So what happens in Gadwal, what happens in Narayanpet, what happens in Siddipet, what is this unique thing called Gullabama. And these museums will not be boring kind of museum. You just put some display on the wall and people are looking in a very kind of an indifferent way. This will be curated with lots of modernity. And lots of actual material will be there. Some 100-year-old Gadwal sari will be displayed. A new sari will be displayed. In a very nice, educative way, it will be explained what is special in this sari, what is missing in this sari. Lots of other chronologically historical significant information will be given. It will be a very rich museum. Easily people can spend more than 1 hour just in that. Similarly, we will be putting up a loom there where visitors who come there, they can actually do some weaving by themselves. So none of us are weavers. We are not experts. But if someone tells us that sit there, pull this, put this thread, do something, if you do it for 15 minutes or so, a piece of cloth will come out. You can take it as a souvenir. That this is a handkerchief or a piece of cloth that I myself wore. I mean, there'll be a sentiment to it. I mean, we wear clothes made by so many people. But here is a piece of cloth which I wore, and you can put your name or whatever it is. And of course, you can buy the sari. Sari buying will always be there. We are asking the cooperatives People who go as a tourism department's guests, etc., they will be given some voucher kind of thing. You can get discount. So all of us know. Shall we pause for a while for the azan? Shall we stop?
Thank you so much.
So as I was explaining, so people who go there as guests of the tourism department, tourism corporation, they will carry vouchers, which will give them discounts. So all of us know it very well, possibly through personal example also, that discount, sale, 50% off, 20% off, these kind of things play they have lots of influence in our shopping behavior. The moment we see these kind of boards, these kind of displays, if someone gives you a coupon which says 20% off, they may increase the price by 20%, but they can still give it to you at 20% off and you will feel happy that you got something in bargain. So we'll be doing all these kind of things. Then there are various other non-weaving activities also in Pochampalli. Many of you may be aware that the Bhudan movement originated in Pochampalli. So the first person who donated land under the Bhudan scheme, he used to live in Pochampalli. There is a small museum honoring him. We will revamp that museum and convert it into a full-fledged Bhudan movement museum, where we will explain lots of new things also. For example, what does it mean to be a landless person? What is the correlation between poverty and being landless? How is a landless person in Africa different from a landless person in Asia? We'll bring lots of sociology, lots of economics. That also will be a very well curated display where you can learn a lot about Bhudan, landlessness, correlation between poverty and landlessness, and how Telangana scores, and so on and so forth. In Pochampalli, many of you would be familiar. There is a vernacular architecture style in which houses used to be constructed in the olden times. These are called mandava houses. They are like a quadrangle. There are four sides to the houses. The roof is tiled. There's an open to sky courtyard, and then there are very nice pillars in the corridors. So there are about half a dozen very well preserved homes in Pochampalli, which display the best of these mandava architecture style. So we will be also guiding people to understand what these homes are made of, how are they made of. We'll put some display there outside some houses to tell people about the architecture style, etc. In Pochampalli, there are, which must be true in many parts of Telangana, there are some dishes which are very hyper local. So for example, one of the signature dish of Pochampalli is called dosakai pachadi. And the way they eat is they prepare this jonna roti, mutton, dosakai pachadi, and that is a very standard dish. So we have identified some people there who are home chefs. So far, they were cooking only for their family members, but they have some reputation of cooking very tasty meal, etc. So we'll be guiding the tourists to go to their homes and have this meal and things like that. Similarly, many of you would know that people who are from the weaving community, they are they are the Padmashalis, and they have their own temple. Markandeya Swami is their god. So it's not very easy to find temples dedicated to Markandeya Swami in a city like that. But in Pochampalli, there's a very beautiful Markandeya Swami temple. So as a part of the excursion, people will be taken to Markandeya Swami temple. They'll understand the significance of Markandeya Swami temple, etc., etc. Similarly, some of you may not be aware about it, but this is a very unique distinction. Pochampalli used to house the first rural BPO of the country. I mean, BPO is common now, rural BPOs are also there, but the very first rural BPO anywhere in the country started in Pochampalli. I actually have been there when I was the tourism secretary earlier. A friend of mine only had started it. So I have seen that it is no more existing, but I'm asking my friend to revive it, at least, if not give BPO work there, but at least showcase what kind of projects they got, what kind of clients were there. When I went there, this was more than 10 years ago, 12, 13 years ago. There were about 20 young boys and girls from Pochampalli village who were working in that. And they were given an assignment by a German newspaper. This is a paper which is possibly 150 years old. In those days, printing technology was all very manual, so pages would not come out nicely. So the assignment which was given to this BPO was that the newspaper would send the pages, old pages, archive pages, and these people were supposed to clean it manually. Wherever there are smudges, make the page look very nice and modern, and then mail it back to them. So it's a monotonous work, but in rural BPO, this is the best. These are the things that you can get. So how does a rural BPO look like? What happens there, and things like that? That also will be of interest to people. Then, as I mentioned, there are sometimes the travelers group may have children there. So there is a water body in Pochampalli. Tourism Corporation has massive boating programs, water sports programs. So we'll be encouraging them to set up something in Pochampalli also in that water body for the benefit of the children, etc., who go there. Similarly, at the beginning of the village, there is a small hillock which also can be used for trekking, for some kind of a treasure hunt, hill climbing, etc., etc. So as you can see, from this belief that in Pochampalli, all you can do is to buy a sari, now you can do 15 kinds of things. But even then, you may not be able to spend more than one day in its entirety in Pochampalli, even if you do all these things which we have identified. But if you are targeting people to spend 2 days, 2.5 days, then what else can be done? So we have decided to add one more location to Pochampalli, which is not very far. It is about 30 kilometers. This is the fort at Bhongir and the rock formation at Bhongir. So Bhongir is the next place. After completing Pochampalli, you can move to Bhongir, where you can do all these things that I mentioned. You can visit the fort. There's a rock, huge rock there. The fort is on top of that rock. You can do that rock climbing. We are also at the entrance, at the top. We are planning to set up a similar display as we have planned in Pochampalli about the handloom centers of Telangana. We are also planning to set up a display about the forts in Telangana. Not many people know this, of course. Golconda Fort is world famous, but beyond Golconda Fort, there are many, at least 20 plus minor forts in Telangana. So which are these forts? What is their speciality? Nice pictures, nice write-up, lots of artifacts of these forts being put there. That itself can take easily 1 hour to 2 hours of exploration. Even if that does not fill up your second day or third day, we are adding one more third place, which is called Kolanpaka. So some of you may be familiar. Kolanpaka has one of the finest Jain temples, one of the most beautiful Jain temples. We only think of Mount Abu for Jain temples, but there is a southern arc of Jainism. Of course, Shravan, Bengola, and all are of a different league. But Kolanpaka also stands out for the beauty of its temple, of the architecture. So this way, from a very ordinary understanding that you can go and buy a sari, or there is some fort, it is very difficult to climb, or I don't have any interest in Jainism, there's nothing much for me to explore. We can weave a program where with lots of variety, richness, diversity, you can spend 2 to 2.5 days. So for each of these 100 weekend destinations that we are thinking, not each will be able to occupy you for 2 days, 3 days. Some of them may be a half a day affair, some of them may be a day long affair. In some places, there may not be any facility to stay also. Here we have in Pochampalli, a Harita hotel is there where rooms are available. So if people who want to go there, they can stay. There are places to stay. Not everywhere we have places to stay. In some of these destinations that we talked about, there may not be enough naturally available. So we'll have to add certain things. So for example, Nagarjun Sagar. People may like to go to Nagarjun Sagar. It is not very far from Hyderabad. There are certain things which will attract your attention, but we felt that certain more things can be added. So very recently, we have given sanctions to some 4 PPP projects, isn't it, to Nagarjun Sagar. So 2 people are setting up monasteries, 2 international, one from Burma and one from Taiwan. One Taiwanese Buddhist sect and one Burmese. And Mahabodhi Society. 2 people are setting up monasteries. We have given approval to one agency to set up a wellness, spiritual and wellness resort. They are also likely to construct something which can be useful for weddings. So Nagarjun Sagar, which has water bodies and that the Buddhist, the Buddhavanam theme park, 3 more things are now getting added. Hopefully in the next 1 year to 1.5 years, we may have these facilities also up and running. So there'll be more things to do at Nagarjun Sagar, and of course, water-based activities, boating, and all those things are there. We are supplementing some more water-based activities. So the sum and substance of what I'm trying to tell is that at each of these 100 destinations that we identify, we will be working out how to create diverse experiences, rich experiences. But we are also conscious that all these places have carrying capacity limitations. If you just publicize that, go to, let us say, Pochampalli or Nagarjun Sagar, great things await you. Of some places, tourist places in and around Hyderabad, we came across some videos and visuals, some reels and all, where we found that the place is hosting and there everything was chaotic. So these are the ways in which we are planning to promote these weekend getaways, weekend tourism. We will be bringing out publications, audiovisual material for all these 100. We'll be launching them hopefully within the next 3 to 6 months. So these are the ideas that we have preliminarily. As I mentioned, I was not here since the morning. I'm sure many of you would have given very good ideas, etc. But please stay connected with us. I would like to work with all of you, people who have ideas, people who want to do something in any of these 100 destinations. If you're an entrepreneur, if you want to create something, as I told you, at many of the places we will have to add something. We'll have to create something. And in Telangana, we are coming up with a very progressive PPP model. If you are creating something, you obviously expect returns, and lots of returns get eaten away because the government insists that this much revenue share has to come to the government, this much of lease has to be given to the government. I'm trying to convince the government to do away with this concept of lease, revenue sharing. There is no lease, there is no revenue sharing. Everything is given free to you. But the only expectation from our side is that you have to create world-class facilities. If you fail to do world-class, if you do something ordinary, we will close it down. But if you guarantee that you will do something world-class, the government does not want even 1 rupee from you. Nothing is to be shared, no lease is to be given. We will capture all the downstream benefits. If thousands of people go there, they spend money, they pay taxes, the government benefits in that way, rather than quarreling with you for some 5% of lease or 10% of revenue sharing. We don't want to waste time and all that. And of course, we'll be creating jobs. Most of the jobs will be given to local people. So these are the ways in which we want to benefit. But as I said, no compromise on developing world-class things. If you do something very ordinary, there are thousands of dhabas here. I will put 1 more dhaba there. Doesn't excite me at all. If you have the imagination to do something great, please come to us, and we'll be very happy to create a very, very extraordinary PPP program for you, in which all roadblocks roadblocks are cleared, nothing is to be shared with the government. You enjoy all the profits, but give us something which is of highest quality. People actually go there just to look at it or enjoy it or experience it. So I will stop with this, unfortunately. Yeah. I also would like to inform that FTCCI is running competitions on weekend getaways, on junction jewels, reels contest. So would request everyone to popularize it and participate in it. Thank you very much.
On this occasion, we want to, NITHM is entering into a strategic MOU with TCEI. May the representatives of TCEI come out to the dais. And this is an MOU between TCEI and NITHM to strengthen the event management industry. This is a huge partnership.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ravi Bura. I am the General Secretary of Telangana Chamber of Events Industry. We are going to announce an MOU with NITHM here. This is the project of SIR, that is the Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty of Department of Panchayat Raj and Rural Development, Government of Telangana. In this project, we are going to train about 192 people, women entrepreneurs, mainly from the SHG groups spread across the state. Each unit comprising of 6 people will be trained in 6 different crafts of event management, and they will be held and also they will be made to start their businesses in their district headquarters, and they will be doing their events from maybe small birthday parties to even the government departments. Will be train them in the field also and handhold them to execute these projects. And with this, in the next 2 years, we are going to we foresee a turnover of about 100 crores from these 32 groups in the next 2 years. And this is a pet project of Government of Telangana, where they want to have develop entrepreneurs from the rural women who are part of the SHG groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JSG. I would like to request our President, Mr. R. Ravi Kumar, to present a shawl to our chief guest, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. We move on to the next leg of the program. So I would like to invite Mr. Vivek Verma, a respected figure in the Indian startup ecosystem, TEDx licensee. He will speak on the weekends and the new tourism currency.
Plus jobs are getting created on a global basis. And if you just look at the short-term part of that economy and just look at the European economy, that translates to 149 billion euros. It's a huge number even when you look at it from a short-term perspectives. And who is going to benefit from all of these numbers that we are really talking about? The people who are really going to be benefiting, sorry, this moves a little bit slower. The people who are really going to be benefiting out of this sector are really the hospitality sector, because that's where a lot of this money is going to get spent. Places where people can go stay, eat, enjoy the experiences, and community enterprises. I think this is another important trend that we must look at now, that community is where a lot of activities are going to happen. Where are people collecting together for experiences, whether they are culinary experiences, whether they are handicraft-based experiences, or local spots. And we just heard Jayesh Garu talking about 16 such experiences that are getting created at just one place, which is Pochampalli. And that's what I'm talking about, that these local benefits are going to go to local businesses, micro entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs who are going to generate this economy and jobs in the local level. And it's just not restricted to the urban cities. It's going to make a big difference even to the rural communities, because this impact is not going to be restricted just to a few urban centers. There is going to be an income boost which will happen to these non-urban cities, which are tier, as we call them, tier 4, 5, 6, 7, where there are experiences, where there is a history, where there is culture, where there may be some religion, or where there may be some culinary. All of these will also revive a lot of things that are happening at a rural level. Culture, I think all of us are seeing a huge burst of culture. There's a lot of revival of cultural activities that are beginning to happen, and this will revive a lot of the rural economy, rural attractions, because that's places where the culture is still preserved in a lot of times in the original form. As we get to urban cities, quite often it gets adulterated, but when you go to the rural centers, it is very, very pure, and people are still following the principles and the methods of that culture. It also generates a huge local pride, meaning meet a person from a smaller town who's now wanting to talk about what's happening in their local town, which is around tourism, which is around experiences, which is around culinary. It just generates a huge pride. Today, a lot of times these are looked down upon. I think it will revive the local pride, where people will come back and talk about that I'm not just another small town. That's the place where some of these things happen. And it's not just restricted to the economy. I think another hidden aspect of this is that these short-term breaks are really going to do a lot on the employee well-being. We heard just now that 2.5 million people are in Hyderabad alone who are working in various sectors, whether it's the IT or the production or the pharmaceutical or many other industries. It has been proven that 92% productivity improvement can happen if people are taking short breaks where they can get away for a couple of days every few months and come back and then enhance their companies or their businesses' productivity by as high as 92% when their well-being is being taken care of. Why does this 92% well-being really happen? It's happening because they're able to take these costs at a much lower level. Weekend travel, most people own some transport of their own. They can travel on their own. They don't really need to depend on external costs associated with travel. The planning is much easier. It's much safer and accessible and has stronger connections. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we go forward. But these are real benefits that the families can get and groups can get when they have to travel around to these places close by. Lots of food, lots of festivals, lots of heritage. I covered that a little bit earlier. A lot of weekend circuits will get developed around food. We just heard about the culinary experience that Jayesh was talking about. I know in many places in the world, people are just having a culinary tour. You just go out on a 2-day tour where you're experimenting various different types of food. And it could be around food, it could be around a festival that is happening, or it could be around heritage, which is the normal thing that happens. But it's not just restricted to them. There are also beautiful things around sustainability. One of the most important features for us in the world we live today is around nature, is around forests, is around the sustainability that is there, which we rarely get to see in the urban cities we live in, unless we are at a beautiful location as we are sitting here, where we can see a lot of greenery and water. But most of us are living in these concrete jungles. So this gives us an opportunity to really go and experience this and also look at the conservation awareness, look at the community management, and look at the footprint, carbon footprint, which is so much lower, which can even benefit. One of the, I think, big defining moments has been the COVID movement, which I think changed a lot of things for many of us. Some of the lessons we learned from the COVID pandemic that all of us experienced is that the mental health is a huge priority. Many of us who were not paying enough attention have now seen that in our own families or in our extended families, that we need to give our mental well-being enough weightage in the lives we live. There are enough proven benefits of taking a small break, which most of us took during that period, and also that there are solutions which are a lot more easier, because at that time a lot of the travel was restricted. You could not travel out of the cities even after the lockdown was opened. Many of us, when we started travel after that, were only restricting ourselves into our local areas, which gave us the benefit of saying that we can access these places. There are lots of solutions which are easily available. Accessibility as a problem has gotten solved. And I think the post-pandemic shift has made a huge difference to this entire weekend tourism that we are talking about. The way it's done that is to really say that, this gives us a routine reset. We get tired, we get stressed. This is a good way to take a small break, take ourselves to do a routine reset, change ourselves, spend some time in nature, sit around a tree, visit a temple, enjoy a local meal, or go into a culture or a festival that's happening there, which helps us to build our own resilience. As a human being, we need to build our own resilience. We need to fight our burnout and create enough buffers for us to be able to come back with a much higher energy. And the connection catalyst, this also helps us to connect to nature. And I think, in my own view, it's been a huge public health strategy to take these short breaks. And I'm so glad that as a state, we're taking the first steps between FTCCI and the government of Telangana to really focus on getting to this weekend tourism. And with that, I kind of come to what I call as the hidden gems. And I think we've heard enough about whatever the number may be. It was as low as 87 in one of the remarks that Jayesh Garu made, to 460 or 480 as to what Ramchandran mentioned as the hidden getaways that our city or our state really has. And many of these, I think, is a beautiful place where we are all sitting, which is a perfect launch pad in terms of what we can offer in this space of weekend tourism, not just to the rest of the country, but maybe to the rest of the world. The starting point is the 2.5 million people, and I think the number could be even higher if we look at the traditional businesses that our city has. So there's a very huge, diverse travel base that we have in our city, huge infrastructure advantage, which we have seen over the last 2 or 3 decades that this city has been focusing on, the state has been focusing on. And I think the proximity power, because the distances are not very large, that we can really harness the whole benefit of this weekend tourism sitting from Hyderabad. And I think it's time that we kind of looked at these treasures, whether they are heritage treasures, whether they are natural escapes, or whether they are around adventure or wellness. Again, without delving too much into it, because we've heard a lot of those things from the speakers earlier. But having said that, is that going to be a cakewalk? Most certainly not. And I think some things exist which are fantastic for us in Hyderabad and Telangana. But I think we need to start working on what could be the possible challenges that we need to work on. I think the infrastructure and accessibility challenges is what I think kind of tops the list in terms of our last mile connectivity. people can come up to Hyderabad if they are people from outside, or for those of us who live in Hyderabad. Hyderabad infrastructure is fantastic, but how do we get the last mile connectivity? How do we bridge the maintenance gaps? And I think most importantly, how do we look at the amenity gaps? And we'll talk a little bit more into that. It's also about the perception. Like Jayesh mentioned a little earlier, people think whether it's Bangalore, whether it's Mumbai, whether it's Delhi, whether it's any other metro, there are multiple destinations around where practically all 52 weekends you can escape. But that's not the perception people have of Hyderabad. While it may not be true, as we've heard that there are 100 to 400 places where one can go. And I think we need to work on creating the truth, which is different than the perception. And that will happen through a few slides that I'll share on an action plan that I think we can take. And people today feel there are only a few must-see destinations other than Hyderabad in the state, whereas the reality is that there is a huge, rich heritage which exists outside Hyderabad, and I think we need to tap into that, where some authentic cultural experiences can be done by people. And this will require a huge government push. And I'm very happy to hear the vision and the roadmap that we heard both from Valluri ma'am and Jayesh Garu, that there is a strategic vision which has been put in place. There is the circuit development which is already beginning to happen. He talked about 9 such places where a circuit development is happening. Infrastructure investment needs to happen. And I heard numbers like 15,000 crores which are going to get invested through these models. And of course, last but not the least is the public-private partnership. Because like we've heard from many people in the government, the best thing a government can do is to really step on the side, create the policy, create the infrastructure, and let the private players really take that on because they know that best. And we heard a beautiful example of that in what Jayesh mentioned, that they're trying to step out of it and say, as long as you're willing to take that on, government is even willing to let go of their revenue share, which they looked at in the past. We already looked at the digital and the influence power earlier, so I won't go really much deep into this. I think the best person who could have explained that did that a little earlier and got all of us to experience the power that the social media influencers have on creating a buzz around this. And I think I come from a startup ecosystem. I spend most of my time there mentoring startups, investing in startups. So to me, it's about an opportunity that exists for loads of micro entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs, because this opportunity of weekend tourism helps us to really work on community-led ventures that can happen in these rural places, in these smaller places where culture, heritage, culinary, religion, all of that exists. Lots of things we've talked about, again, coming from a startup system, coming from the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We must have an actionable that we should take away from whatever we are talking about. And I've just put together some slides, which I've also shared with the tourism department and with Jayesh Garu, in terms of what I think could be a weekend tourism action plan that we could take. And some of it is already things that are already happening. Actually, there are 27 tourism circuits or clusters that our state actually has. And I'm glad that 9 of those are now getting developed and are getting the attention that they need. They are going into the master plan that we heard from Jayesh Garu and from Valluri ma'am. There is a huge investment, whether the investment is in infrastructure, where there is a number of 775 crore, as I saw it, from the government side in the budget, or there is another budget for the Nalamala forest development, where there's another 242 crores. So there's significant money that the government is also putting aside for developing this. And I think that's something which we must continue to grow. And I heard the 180 or 400 touch points. And I think this money will benefit us tremendously. And it's not going to be restricted only from Hyderabad, because a lot more airports are also getting developed. So people can actually travel a lot more easier there. But I think one of the key things in my view, and I do a lot of work through an NGO I work on with regard to women, and I think one of the important things in my view which has to go into the action plan is to really focus on safety and women-friendly facilities. At least the women in the room here today will probably identify a lot more with this. And I'm glad that the Tourist Police Task Force is already in place. And we heard that this institute is playing a key role in helping to develop that women-centric security measures. And, I also am part of a college called the NITHM Business School. We've also done some studies on what more can be done from a women's safety centric perspective. So that's also something that's getting put in place, whether it's in the public transport, whether it's in the public spaces, or in the cultural or tourist spaces. A lot more surveillance system. And I'm trying to kind of suggest that maybe it's time, like we take the lead in many other things as the state of Telangana, we should develop a new index called the Tourism Friendly Index. And we can deliberate with lots of institutes here on what should go into this index and probably start a ranking of who ranks the highest in the tourism friendly index. Like we have the ease of business, like we have many other parameters. Maybe it's time for us to develop a tourism friendly index and then use that to showcase that we are really way ahead of the rest of the world or the rest of the country for sure from a weekend tourism perspective. All of these beautiful facilities need to get certified, and we need to start helping or working with the government to say how do we sanitize the infrastructure upgrade that's happening and get it certified. Clean Telangana campaign, we take it to all of these tourist places, build more and more communities and get them engaged, because once the community owns that place, then the development and everything will become a lot more beautiful. And last but not the least, do the certification there so that people can kind of have, outsiders can have a good view that something is certified there. We should also look at the connectivity, and I talked about it earlier. So how do we get more reliable shuttle services, weekend bus services which work only on the weekend, last mile I talked about, and navigation support, which includes the signboards, which includes the digitization of the maps and all of that, so that it becomes a lot more easier. And like I said, given that I work a lot with women, I think a lot of dedicated safe spaces, some women-led experiences. I remember in the travel industry when people started 20 years ago, just women tours, that became a huge hit. And I think it's time when we could do some of those. Culture and awareness we already talked about, so I won't take more time there. I think we also need to look at some of these. Yes, we've heard about the destination weddings from no one less than our Prime Minister. How do we get more and more of these at our cultural settings to happen? Medical tourism, Hyderabad is already playing a huge role where we are attracting a lot of people from other countries to come to Hyderabad. How do we also spread that maybe to some of the alternate therapies like Ayurvedic therapies or wellness or, all other forms of treatment that happens. So promote medical tourism and also look at distribution partnerships. And I'm so glad Jayesh talked about that already, that how do we collaborate with travel agencies, travel partners, which can create experiences around culinary activities and things like that. And last but not the least, I think is about leveraging the PPP. And I'm again so glad that that's part of the plan that Jayesh talked about. How do we get the best from all over the world to come here to not just give us the expertise, but also give us incentives, investment, and help us to develop both accommodation and experiences. And to summarize, I think if we can put all of this into a plan, we should be looking at 10 crore domestic tourists that should arrive into Telangana. We should look at 5 lakh of that coming from international tourists. We should look at generating 3 lakh jobs and the 10% contribution to our GDP, because that's the potential that domestic tourism, or forget domestic tourism, weekend tourism can do to the economy of Telangana. And I think we are all sitting here poised to make this happen if we all can play our own roles. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. My name is Vivek, and I work as a strategy consultant in many areas. And I've spent some time in the travel industry, which is where I have many friends in the travel industry, and I keep getting some of these insights, which I've shared with you. So thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic, and hope some of this can be useful to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. That was a very detailed and insightful presentation. I would like to request Mr. Ramchandran to present a memento to Mr. Vivek Sharma. Mr. Vivek Verma, sorry for mispronouncing. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Thank you. And now we come to the much awaited panel discussion, which is unscripted conversations on India's weekend tourism future. So we will have Professor Satya Kiran, Vice President of ETHM's College, UNICEF Professionals Program 2003 alumnus and curator of TEDx AGI. And we have some very brilliant panelists with us today. We have Mr. Aditya Deendayal, Executive Director, Alankrita Resorts, a pioneer of resort culture in Hyderabad since 1992. And we have with us Mr. Valmiki Harikrishnan, Advisor, FTCCI Tourism Committee, a travel monk who will share his global perspective. And we have Ms. Begum Dilnaz Beg, Curator of Authentic Hyderabadi Gharka Khana, a connoisseur of authentic Hyderabad Nizami cuisine. We are delighted to have you, ma'am. And she will share about the urgent need to preserve age-old recipes and many traditional dishes that are slowly disappearing. She is also the co-founder of Shamai Ghazal, which is into ghazals. And we also have Ms. Niveda, COO Experium, a world-class destination that redefines leisure and entertainment, together creating India's weekend capital. She will bring her perspective of Experium and Hyderabad, together creating India's weekend capital. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to an insightful session with some brilliant experts. Thank you very much. I would like to invite all the panelists onto the dais.
Let me begin by congratulating Vivek sir. It was a blue chip consultant's presentation more than so fantastic, a McKinsey type presentation. So congratulations to you. So yesterday, this is a curtain calling event. So we will try to keep it to as short a while as possible. I can hear murmurs of hunger, and we may be standing between you and your lunch. So 20-25 minutes of conversation. Yesterday, in the morning, I was sending a long trail of messages to Ram sir about the tremendous amount of potential that India has to be a tourist destination, and yet, despite having so much of potential, we underplay our potential by a long way. I'll give you some statistics. In the year 2024, India had about 19-20 million odd international visitors, out of which 9.5 million were foreign tourists. Now compare this figure with just one destination in Paris. The Louvre Museum in Paris was in the news about a month ago. And between August 11th and September 3rd, the Louvre Museum had about 8.5 million tourists. And this is a very interesting figure. Look at the Acropolis or the Colosseum in Rome, which attracted 15 million tourists in about 2 months this year. So much so that the Greek government and the French governments had to shut some of the areas off for tourists. So look at that, compare that to India. India has about 40 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and yet our numbers are very, very less. So what are holding us back? I think this is going to be the point of conversation. We have 3 speakers. Each speaker will speak for about 3-4 minutes on a topic that they have been given. And then we will open up the next 10-15 minutes for questions from the audience about, you can certainly ask us your own perspectives. You can ask questions about why we are such an underweight players in the global tourist map. So we'll begin the conversation by inviting first, sir, I would like to invite Mr. Valmiki Harikrishnan, Advisor, Tourism Committee, FTCCI. Let's all welcome with all our speakers with a huge round of applause. I would also like to invite Ms. Dilnaz Beg, a connoisseur of authentic Hyderabadi Nizami cuisine. Ma'am, welcome onto the dais. Mr. Aditya Deen Dayal has had to leave due to a certain emergency. We'll be missing him. Last but not least, I would like to invite onto the dais Ms. Nivedita, the COO of Experium, a world-class destination that redefines leisure and entertainment. Sir, we will begin with you. You've been a globetrotter. And by the way, Globetrotter is also the name of a film that is going to get released very shortly, Rajamouli. So, sir, you've been a globetrotter. You've seen much of the world. We would like you to share your experiences and maybe contrast some of those experiences with your own travel experience in India.
Good afternoon to you all. I know we are in between the lunch and the session getting ended. We'll try to wind up as much as possible. Yes, I have been traveling for past 25 years. Now I have touched about 99 countries till now. So whichever country we go, particularly the topic related today is on the weekend potential of tourism, and must congratulate and appreciate the efforts of FTCCI finding this hidden gem. And I'm proud to be part of the FTC Tourism Committee as an advisor. So whichever country I travel, I have seen, particularly in the Europe, many people travel under B leisure. What do you mean by B leisure? Business and end with leisure. So when they go for any conferences or exhibitions, they make sure that the weekend, maybe for Saturday, Sunday, can be combined with the leisure. So they have developed in such a manner single window system. The moment you buy a flight ticket or a registration of the conference, that includes your local train tickets, that includes your local attractions, entry tickets, that includes everything, so that the visitor need not keep searching, for the connectivity or, where to go, what to explore. But unfortunately, many areas we have completely failed to give this information right from the railway station to the bus terminus to the airports in Hyderabad, where this information should be available for the fellow travelers, so that when they come to any destination, once they finish either their meetings or exhibitions or even a medical emergency, when they come under medical tourism, these are the people we can tap their potential to showcase the weekend destinations in and around Hyderabad city. And these are the where, which I have noticed in many countries, which they're tapping and utilizing and monitoring, because they're the highest spenders. Just going for the leisure purpose segment will keep that aside. This is the spenders comes from the MICE inventory, meetings, incentive, convention, exhibitions. These are the people who come there for meetings, exhibition, and they want to get a stress burster. Is nothing but to get away and explore the local cuisine, local cultural, local handicraft shopping. So all this will give additional revenue, and the highest revenue the local state can earn. And weekend tourism has had a huge potential, as we have already seen earlier the presentations and Vivek Verma's insight into the the potential it is hidden. So which have been watching in other countries. Definitely we wanted to experiment here. That's why FTCC has taken this initiative. And this is just a beginning stage, which is most unorganized. We are trying to organize it, put it everything under a coffee table book, so that anybody can pick up this information and explore, expedite, and enjoy, so that both the revenue will be generated, tourism will be boosted, employment will be created. So with that, I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you so much.
Very well, sir. In fact, my own experience of being in Western Europe actually attests to some of what you said, the very seamless multimodal transportation that you see in countries like Italy, France, and Switzerland. Actually, that makes the experience very seamless. Again, to draw one more point, sir, Hyderabad has been the MICE capital, certainly one of the most prominent cities for meetings and incentives in India. In fact, this year itself, we had conducted the Miss World competition. Again, to draw a comparison, the Manhattan Island had welcomed 65 million tourists In 2024, in comparison, we had less than 3.5 lakh foreign tourists visiting Hyderabad. So the point is there is massive potential. There is a lot of potential waiting to be tapped. And some of the suggestions and some of the endeavors that the government, along with the FTCCI, are taking will hopefully help us in leveling up our tourism game. I would like to you to ma'am to please weigh with your perspective. You are a connoisseur of authentic Hyderabad Nizami cuisine. We talk about biryani, but I'm sure there are a lot more things that people like us are not aware of. We would like you to focus on the urgent need to preserve age-old recipes and the many traditional dishes that are slowly disappearing in Hyderabad.
Thank you, Federal Chamber of Commerce, Telangana, especially Sangeeta, for inviting me here. I'm a home cook. Actually, I hardly cook except for parties. And then I was launched into this by a friend who wanted me to entertain some Microsoft boys who were going to Seattle. So I was asked to give them a proper, typical Hyderabadi meal, and that's how it all started. We had a chalky dinner for them. And there were 25 boys, and my husband was so thrilled to have youngsters around. There was a lot of hula gula. And I asked them if they would like to know anything about Hyderabad. They said, no, we just want to eat. And that gave me a high. I said, this is the way to go. And from that, word of mouth spread, and somehow people started coming. I never advertised, I never did anything, but a friend of mine, her daughter, put me on to Condé Nast, and then it took a life of its own. I have small niche dinners and lunches in my house on chowki or on the table, the typical Hyderabadi ghar ka khana. As you mentioned, most recipes are disappearing. First, Hyderabad mein khana chulhe pe pakta tha, lakdi ke chulhe pe. You know, that fragrance of the wood that we remember from our childhood is now gone. And except, of course, for big weddings or big parties, we all use gas. It is a cleaner method, it is ecologically better, environmentally friendly, but there is an element missing now. In the old days, my mother-in-law used to say, "Bahu ko sikana, beti ko nahi." You just teach your daughter-in-law so the recipes stay in the family. I don't believe in that. I think we should spread whatever we have, whatever knowledge we have, whatever we have, we should share. And there are a lot of Hyderabadi dishes, as my cousin Rizwana was reminding me. I don't know many of you know, there's something called Bibi Mariam ki roti. It's a small chapatis. On that, there's a tupiaza and there's a green chutney. And then you cover it with ghee and pile it one on top of the other, and you cut segments and eat it. It used to be delicious, but nobody hardly ever makes it now. And there's another thing called mutabak, which was also like a sandwich, you know, like you have very thin rotis on it, you have the shamika gosh, and then you have nimbu on it, and then you have an omelette mixture, and then you cover it. And then we used to love eating that. But nowadays, everybody's on a diet, so the ghee-filled thing and high cholesterol with the meat and the egg, nobody likes it. But these are kind of things that are forgotten. Everybody used to do a lot of exercise. I suppose that those days they used to digest it. My food is basically what I cook at home for my family, for my parties. So the mutabak, the marag that you eat in the shadis will not be the marag that you eat at my house, because it is basically fat-free and very light. My biryani is also very light. The mirchi ka salan is cooked in every Hyderabadi home. Khatti dal is cooked in every Hyderabadi home, but every household will have its own specific taste. It might be the same recipe, but I don't know what happens, the taste is totally different. I'm lucky that I have friends and well-wishers and people come to me. I enjoy meeting people. I love feeding them. And I've had all kinds of people, some Hollywood stars, some Telugu, lot of interesting people. The most interesting was a couple from America. She was CEO of Chase, not Chase Manhattan, Chase. That is the biggest bank. And they came for a biryani demonstration. And she was kept chatting to me and she was knitting. So I said, if you keep chatting like this, you will not get the food till 6 o'clock in the evening. So she said, take him. I felt so happy. Their husband was supposed to make the biryani. She says, I don't cook, he cooks. And he came and he learned. He was he used to hunt for various different fabrics all over the world, and he has this fabric shop. I won't say shop, business. He supplies to all the big shops. And he was showing me his things from Japan and China, and I was totally enthralled. But yes, the girls are taking over, and I'm very glad about it.
Very well. So let's settle the biryani debate, ma'am. I'm pretty sure Jay sir has a Lucknow connection. Vivek sir certainly has a Lucknow connection. There has been an age-old confrontation between Hyderabad and Lucknowi biryani. Let's settle it now.
अब हैदराबादी से पूछें तो हमारी बिरयानी के मुकाबले कोई चीज नहीं आती.
Okay, I think that deserves a round of applause. A very robust round of applause. Thank you very much. And hopefully in the second edition of this conference next year, we will have a taste of all the forgotten dishes that you just spoke about.
Inshallah.
Right. So finally, I would now like to invite Ms. Nivedita, the Chief Operating Officer of Experium. We are very proud of this new destination, a world-class destination that redefines leisure and entertainment. Ma'am, some perspectives on that? Give us a sense of what it is and how does it add to the portfolio of tourism travel assets that we have in Hyderabad.
So before going ahead, I just want to show a brief presentation for you. And I want everyone's attention over here. Please, students, you are the main part of the event. Please be here for a while, please. All of you who are in mobile, I promise that this presentation is going to be more interesting than your Instagram scroll. Please over here.
Ma'am, before we play your video, can we begin with a kiss? Please kiss your mobile phone goodbye for the next 3 minutes.
So a brief introduction about me. This is Nivedita, CEO of Experium. So what is Experium? Experium is not just a resort, not just a park, not just an amusement place or something. It's all together which has everything from A to Z. Okay, so we do have here over 10 lakh trees which are imported from around 85 countries. And the investment of our park itself is around 1500 crores. So why we have invested 1500 crores? Why that much amount? Let us see now. Yeah. So before all this, I just want to say place to conduct events and workshops over here. And also we are calling trainers also, yoga trainers, fitness trainers also to our place. Okay. So why this wellness tourism will actually go in hand with our Experium is full of trees. 10 lakh trees surrounded, and you're doing some meditation and yoga. I think you can imagine how it will be there. You can imagine how your yoga, how you can, sense your breath between the trees. And the second one is creative tourism. So we do have different workshops like pottery, all other things. Okay. And artistic tourism. And the next one is experience tourism, nothing but the nature. Whoever are the nature lovers, I'm damn sure you will love our place like anything. now our main goal is to make people visit again and again. We want to increase the revisits to Hyderabad. Okay, whoever, it could be global travelers, it could be national travelers. We want them to revisit to the place. So to make a person to revisit again, a destination will not be enough. Something should be added to it. What is it? It should be added with culture, it should be added with health and wellness, it should be added with many other exciting factors like artistic skills or something. So we are also collaborating with Japan regarding the cultural exchange, and also we are doing sister park agreements with many other international parks, like for example Garden by the Bay in Singapore and Dubai Miracle Garden. We do have small gardens like Japanese garden and Miracle Garden in our place. So it's simply like you can see multiple gardens of different countries located in our place. So we do have many stays also over here, exciting stays. Yeah. So nearby there is a village, Produttur village. We are planning to adopt this village and make it more artistic view. So what we want to do is, we want to develop it as a graffiti village. So graffiti village is nothing but, you can see the picture over here. So we want to make it like a street art which is located in France. Many people are visiting France just to see this art. So we will encourage all the people to do the street art. They can come, they can do graffiti, they can learn, they can get trained, they can just burst out the stress and they can chill out over here. And there's also other village nearby, Medipalli village. We are also planning to take part in the village development by making it as art village and also by making it as culture infrastructure. Like for example, I think everyone know here Statue of Equality Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Yes? So where it was made? Is it made in India? So why are we not making in India then? So now the point is, we do have actually everything where we can build our own infrastructure. For example, this village, there are many artistic studios located at. So we all together can build a sculpture infrastructure which will contribute many things. One is, it will provide employment for the local people. It will also provide a training center. It will also provide a casting facilities where big sculptures can be done by our own, not giving it to China nation or something. We can build our own bigger sculptures and statues. So the main motive is to make this village as International Creative Center, which is just like Naoshima, which is in Japan. So now, when you want to do some party, the first place comes to your mind is Goa. If you want to have some spiritual connection, Rishikesh. If you want some heritage connection, then it's Jaipur. Why not make Hyderabad as creative rejuvenation city? If someone is having so much of creative interest, if someone want to have that rejuvenation, if someone want to take a break, but they couldn't take a break from their work, they can make experium as a workation. We do have places and workation cabins where you can have your laptop, sit and do work, and again in between take a break. So you'll have your trip and also you'll have the work. So work and break go hand in hand with experium. So this is how we want to contribute in the process of, or in the transformation of making Hyderabad as weekend capital. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. With that, we close the panel. And if there are any questions from the audience, feel free. 1 or 2 questions can be taken before we wrap up the panel discussion, please. Any questions? Sir, a question, no observation, please. A quick question for 20 seconds, and then would you like to ask a question?
Location.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. So Experium is located on Chilkur Balaji Temple Road, Chevella. It's near Pragati Resorts. to be more precise. I invite all of you, please be coming over there. Please do visit our place. Please enjoy there, chill over, and also communicate with the trees. Our trees, all the trees will communicate with you. Come, hug them, feel, burst out your stress.
Thank you. Yes, please. We have time for just one question. Please,
Thank you, Prakash. Well, I'm the former director of ASI, looking after the World Heritage Monuments and in the country. What I'm happy about this scheme that's coming up on weekends is that we are going to draw people away from our monuments. Because everyone, whenever they come to Hyderabad, they go to Charminar, they are welcome. They go to Golconda Fort, also welcome. But we should have alternative. Why only whenever we talk of Hyderabad, it's Charminar, Golconda Fort, and this Ramoji Film City. But with so many things coming up in Hyderabad, I think the tourists who come to India will have more opportunities to visit and understand Hyderabad as a cosmopolitan culture. The cuisine, like we have mentioned about different places all over the world. Why are we always talking about outside? Okay, but like for example, Madam showed about graffiti. Okay, in France, graffiti is popular. People go there. But there are many things that's happening in India which are local vernacular, which should be promoted. I would not want only to be said it's Hyderabad or Telangana because I'm pan-India. I represent government of India, was from India. And each and every state of India has got something unique and we need to promote them. And I'm very happy about the weekend culture, what we're having. I'm basically Hyderabadi. But most of my tenure that was there was spent out of Hyderabad. So I know very little of Hyderabad. That's why I come to all these programs to know about my own city. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think we are really running short of time, so we'll just take one question.
Yes, please. With this, we wrap it up. Sorry.
I would like to share with you some of the ideas that I have for the tourism. I think Hyderabad should become the Urdu capital of India, and like Jashn-e-Rekhta, which is done in Delhi, we should have an iconic event in Hyderabad. Then senior citizens should be provided golf carts at every tourist location. Period tourism. People like in Golconda Fort should dress up as people in Golconda Fort used to dress up. This is happening in Tower of London. So that's where I got the idea from. Then marketing of Hyderabad tourism is very, very important. Then I think we need to introduce fine dining on boats in Hussain Sagar, which will be a great attraction. Then state sponsoring of cultural programs in Lalit Kala Thoranam, various types of programs. Then senior citizen facilities must be put at every tourist place. As you can see, I am a senior citizen. I need railings. I need ramps. I need wheelchair accessible places. And remember, senior citizens are the money bags. They are going to bring you tourism. And that brings me to the idea of midweek tourism. Because weekend tourism is for youngsters who may not have so much money. But midweek tourism, if we promote, then the senior citizens who are money bags will spend, and they may come for 2 days, 3 days, even 4 days. So here is a big chunk where senior citizens can be coming. Then I think, a quick point, helicopter link to Ramoji Film City and other resorts like various other places. Then I think we need a zoo improvement. Can we have the world's best zoo in Hyderabad? Is it difficult? World's best zoo, can we call it that? What I am saying is that we want to have this will be our selling point. This is world's best zoo.
Sir, let's please, the points are well taken.
We really appreciate, what's your name, sir?
Professor Anwar.
Professor Anwar,
Yes.
we really appreciate. My request is please come to FTCC office and we want you to.
And we can certainly
take
have
over
an
this
offline conversation during lunch
We'll
and.
fight for it. Yeah, come, come.
Okay.
Done.
Then,
No, you come. We'll go to secretary. We'll go to secretariat. I'm with you. We'll work on it. Come.
right. Thank you.
Your suggestions are appreciated, sir. One last thing, we would like to invite Ms. K. Sirisha, Senior Divisional Manager, Assistant Director, Ecotourism Division, Mr. Akhil, Head Naturalist, and Mr. Suman, Consultant from Telangana Forest Development Corporation, to speak about ecotourism weekend getaways. 3 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I humbly request all of you. We are overshooting the time, but people have come here. Another 10 minutes, then we'll break for lunch. Let's all listen to them patiently.
I also would like to thank all the panelists for joining us.
I'd like to request the chair for the tourism committee, Mr. Prakash Garu, and the co-chair, Mr. Ramchandran Garu, to present Momentos to our dignified panelists. All the dignitaries, please join us on stage for the presentation of Momentos. I'd like to request the chair to present a memento to Ms. Dilna Beg. A token of appreciation for Ms. Nivedita. Token of our appreciation to Mr. Valmiki. A token of appreciation for our moderator, Mr. Satyakiran. Thank you so much. We had eminent panelists in this panel, and it was a brilliant discussion. So before we break for lunch, we have some interesting session.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Suman. I am the Projects Manager, Ecotourism from Telangana Forest Development Corporation. So now I am representing Telangana Forest Development Corporation's Deccan Woods and Trails, a new brand of ecotourism where we are developing all the ecotourism areas and bringing into one umbrella called Deccan Woods and Trails. It's an initiative of government and under Telangana Forest Development Corporation. So now we are all talking about the importance of weekend tourism. So here, before getting into this presentation, I just wanted to tell you one thing that, so whatever the tourism we are going to develop in whatever the place, it is based on how we are engaging school children, how we are engaging college students, how we are engaging corporates, and how we are engaging the families all together. So for example, if you take botanical garden, so I am coming to the, we stay of our office is at botanical garden, and I am starting with this new projects. So here, ecotourism projects under Telangana Forest Development Corporation. So these are all the existing projects. That is botanical garden. The botanical garden itself is around 274 acres of area. That is, and where it has been divided into 4 sectors. One is aesthetic zone of the garden, Vriksha Parishaya Kshetram, virtual wildlife safari and Palapitta cycling park, and also urban forest tech park, Vedaruvanam, And these are all the urban parks. And the new projects are the Breeze at Anandagiri Hills. That's our new property. And also the Mananur Jungle Resorts, where we wanted to develop the ecosystem there and wanted to take you all into the nature and how we need to conserve our nature and also how we need to bring back our tigers back to Telangana is our main concept, and working on that for the development of entire ecotourism areas in Telangana. So in coming to these future projects, these are all Kanakagiri, Nandipet, Vizag Colony, Manjira and Masjid Banda are new upcoming projects for Telangana. So this is our botanical garden, the Kottaguda Reserve Forest, which is called Botanical Garden. So in between that is a road, and this is the overall entire map of the Botanical Garden. So these are the amenities which we have created in Botanical Garden, where everyday yoga sessions, and also there are many amenities to the schools and colleges and also to the visitors whoever comes to the garden. There is we also created standard operating procedure at Botanical Garden to all the schools and colleges whoever comes. We will be taking them to nature classroom, lotus ponds, environmental education centers, audio video hall, herbal medicinal garden, cactus garden, insectivorous, orchidarium, fernarium, and many more amenities have been created, and all children and students will be trained every day by taking to all these areas. And every day around 500 to 1000 school children will visit to Botanical Garden only for the purpose of education on different kinds of plants. And we also procured such plants from different states of India like Kerala, Karnataka, Jammu, Sikkim and West Bengal, and we are maintaining such moisture only to create awareness on different kinds of species and plants. So we also organize snake awareness workshops, and all amenities have been created here. And these are all orchidarium, cactus garden, fernarium, and there are different kinds of 3D stone carvings. And we also recently, took an initiative and developed one open library in the lawns where people can come and read, take a book, and they can also donate the book to that library. And this is about a storyboard, creates awareness among various foresters in protecting forests and wildlife. And now we are coming to Vriksha Parichay Kshetram. Vriksha Parichay Kshetram. See, for example, if you take our childhoods, so we would, our grandfathers and grandmothers have taken into the forest areas and explained different kinds of trees, and this tree is useful in such a way like that. But coming to this Hyderabad, we have around 4,500 schools here, plus schools here. So these Hyderabadi children will taken to the botanical garden. Maximum children will come to the botanical garden only for the purpose of education on plants, I said. And where we have created this 94 acres of area into Vriksha Parichay Kshetram. So where we'll be explaining different kinds of species and how it has been utilized for making musical instruments, for making pencil, for making eraser, for making paper, and all such things have been created. And such thematic gardens were not existing. For example, you can see these theme gardens. These are all the drone pictures, whatever you are seeing in front. So for example, if you take pencil and eraser garden, so pencil, the graphite is covered with around 7 to 8 types of wood, and all such graphite wood plants have been planted, and also eraser making plants. And also, if you take Vinayak Vanam, so at the time of Vinayak Chavithi, we used to pray to Lord Ganesha with 21 types of flowers and leaves. All such plants have been planted in Vinayak Vanam. And we will be explaining each and every children and also the college students who are all coming to this botanical garden, and also the internships we organize there. And you can see the battery operated vehicles where children will be taken inside and explained at various places of the thematic gardens. And such thematic gardens were not existing anywhere in India as of now. You can see the drone picture of the themes. So first one is butterfly garden, musical tree garden, paper tree garden, pencil and eraser garden, rainbow garden, And Telangana map, you can see trees of Telangana, all the dominant species. We have 33 districts and 33 dominant species have been planted over there. And you can see herbal medicinal garden, how the herbal tea and all types of herbal medicinal teas have been prepared. All such plants have been procured from different places and planted in these such thematic gardens, and maintaining moisture and explaining the importance of the concerned species, tree species. And if you take Palapitta Cycling Park, for example, if you take Palapitta Cycling Park, earlier in 2018, it is a dumping yard. Now it has been converted into a excellent 25,000 plants have been planted in that and made 2.4-kilometer track, and also a cycling for children's cycling track also prepared of 1 kilometer, where all such activities are taken up. And right away we are running this Palapitta Cycling Park in PPP mode, and such events and activities will be organized at Palapitta. And right away in Palapitta Cycling Park, we have 500 cycles, and that park is operational from morning 6 to 10 and afternoon 3 to 6. So if you take virtual wildlife safari, this is also a great thing. It is also India's first virtual wildlife safari, where the forests, the oceans, all such themes, whatever you see in virtual wildlife safari, will be shown through VR headsets, and also they will be taken in virtual safari tour in a bus. So this is all the activities we do at Kotaguda Reserve Forest. And also, as I said, nature education. So many school children, for example, yesterday is Children's Day. So around 2,300 children visited Botanical Garden only to learn at different areas. As we created SOP, we have also appointed naturalists. So that naturalists will be taken to all the places and explain such areas and plants. And we also have urban parks like Veduruvanam at Tumukunta. And in all such urban parks, we have apart from this Kotaguda Reserve Forest, we have urban parks like Veduruvanam at Tumukunta, and also Lalgadi Malakpet, Vanadrishyam, and Chandanavanam parks. So in such such urban parks areas, we invite college students, and every day around minimum 200 to 300 walkers will come for walking every day at that areas, and we have created all such pathways, and we'll be taking children for excursion programs, and also picnics we organize, and also we organize team building activities to the school children, whoever comes over there. And we also give Veduruvanam is an entire bamboo patch forest area. We'll be explaining how the bamboo is important to our ecosystem and how we sustain that bamboo, and all such things will be explained in various mediums. So this is one of our urban paths, Vanadrishyam, and this is Chandanavanam. So these activities we'll do at urban parks, and this is the Forest Tech Park Manchirevula, which is very famous near Manchirevula, backside of Police Academy, Appa Junction nearby. So it is overall 500 acres of forest. So where we have created many amenities to the walkers, even including gyms and also watchtowers and various trek routes in this park. So every day our visitors will be around 500 to 800, and in weekends, if you take to this park, our visitors will be around 1,000 plus, minimum 1,500. So it is exactly adjacent to the Mrugavani National Park. In between, or you can see Chilkur RF, that is our entire Forest Tech Park area. So these are the center of attraction things. There are natural rock formations and also water bodies, watchtowers. There are, as I said, many trek routes too. You can see at the last, watchtowers. And these are the rock paintings, for the natural rocks, whatever, how it look and all such things have been analyzed and made such paintings to the rocks. And we also conduct treks, nature trials, and also bird walks and nature camps at Forest Trek Park, and also other places, whatever we are going to take up. So these are the nature camps which we organize over there. So like first we'll start with team building activities, trekking to the prehistoric rock paintings, and also how to pitch a tent. We'll be explaining them, and we'll give tents to lay them, and also we'll be organizing bird walks. We'll be taking them to the nocturnal walks too, and also early morning bird walks. So how we organize nocturnal walks and what we can see in the nocturnal walks in the forest areas. And these are the nature camps. And these are the treks we organize for schools, colleges, and also the corporates. And these are the bird walks, which we organize everywhere in Telangana areas. And also stargazing activities also will be conducting at various zones. And coming to the breeze, Anantagiri Hills. So now I request Mr. Akhil to take over the session, and he'll take just 5 to 10 minutes on this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's getting really late. Everyone should be I'm sure is very hungry, but allow me about 10 minutes maximum. I think I'll wrap it up faster than that. But this is the major rush hour, which I would want everyone to know. The last 8 minutes is some of the best things that are happening today in and around Hyderabad. All right. We've been talking a lot about the weekend tourism, right? How the weekend tourism is impacting local economy, how it's introducing people to some of the best experiences. So here is the Deccan Woods and Trails. We've started about 5 months ago. We've already started creating a lot of experiences. We have 2 properties which are already running. So I would like everyone here to know about our 2 properties which are up and running already. So I'll explain quickly what kind of experiences we also provide. The value how the amount of value we are giving to our guests or you, whoever comes and checks in with us, that is what I would like to explain to everyone here. So number 1, our property which I'll talk about is the Anantagiri Hills Vikarabad property. Here we organize bird walks, and then we also organize safaris. Anantagiri is about 3,000 acres of forest. It's very small. How are we able to manage our safaris? So yes, I must say safari lasts for a very short period. It's about half an hour only, but the safari happens right in the heart of the Anantagiri Hills, which is a grassland. When you stand in the middle of the grassland, 3 kilometers in either direction, all you see is grasslands, and finally at the end of the 3rd kilometer, in all directions, you have the Anantagiri Hills. So this is the grassland we are talking about. So how do we start the whole thing? So when guests check in, we have employed a lot of local people. We've trained them in hospitality. We've also trained them as to how best they can cook for our guests. So we provide them welcome drink. All their rooms are perfectly organized. We'll take a look at the rooms also which we have. So our rooms from the outside, they look like a cabin or a cottage, but from the inside they look like a tent. So so we have a hybrid which we've created. We are very careful about the human footprint. Anantigiri Hills is just 3,000 acres. That's a very small forest, right? So that's the reason why we are not going to expand more than 6 cottages. At the moment, we are running 4. Maximum, we might have about 6 more cottages, not 3 more cottages, not more than that. So we are very particular about the number of people visiting the jungles. Plus, with fewer cottages, fewer people, these are the kind of experiences you'll have. There's a waterfall area, very small group of people. Here we provide them fresh fruit during their trek. So we organize, we provide them with 2 treks, sometimes even on their demand. We also are ready to provide them 6 trekkings. All right. Evenings is always bonfire, wildlife stories, catching up. We have people come from various walks of life. So these people come share their experiences. Also, I being one of their I being their head naturalist, I come with lot of jungle trekking background. So I sit with everyone. We talk to them about other experiences which we can provide or which they have an opportunity to take for themselves when they visit other jungles. We talk a lot about nature, how you preserve nature, and many other stories. So bonfires are always a very good time. And here, from our busy daily life, we pause, we step back, we talk about nature, tell them how forest bathing is important. We also, there are certain trees in our sites, in our both sites, which are heritage trees. We also ask them to take a friendly hug. So all this is being done already with the 2 properties which are being run by the Telangana Forest Development Corporation's Ecotourism wing, that is the Deccan Woods and Trails. And this is the highlight of the Vikarabad package. In the package, you get 2 treks plus a safari, and then last but not the least, this is where we stay. This is where we stop for breakfast. So breakfast that is being provided is a bush breakfast. We don't leave anything. We are not giving any tissue papers, no plastic bottles. Everything is steel. Everything is again packed back and taken back into the property. All right. So during our nature walks, we talk about trees, how these trees are important. Today, I'm sure everyone knows planting trees is very important, right? But there's a slight difference here. We plant trees, but we plant trees from outside the country, which do not belong to this land. Our insects, neither our birds know what trees these are. So when you come to the forest, we have a thorough edutainment session on what is the importance of native trees which grow up along with this land. All right. So that is something which we personally speak to all our guests and make sure when they come and go, they are basically very responsible tourists. All right. It's difficult to register this one because it's just a link written, but we have our website. It is a deccanwoodsandtrails.com. And in this website, everything is mentioned in a very crystal clear manner. If there are any tour operators here, we'll be very glad to connect with you also after the final talk. Most welcome. I'll be here. I'll give you all the details which are necessary. So the Mananur Jungle Resort, which is there in the Amrabad Tiger Reserve. Now, Amrabad Tiger Reserve is, I would say, the heart of Telangana's forest. It's about 2,600 square kilometers, of which close to 2,500 square kilometers is a core area. There are a lot of villages around the Amrabad Tiger Reserve, and we have a resort which is functional, which we are running right now. We call it the Mananuru Jungle Resort. Mananuru because Mananuru is the first town. The moment you scale the the moment you take the Ghat Road. So this is the first town. So here we have the Mananur Jungle Resort. We have thoughtfully planned 12 rooms, 6 of which are premium, 6 of them are standard, And then we are also coming up with interesting bush dinners, bush machan experiences, etc. also within the property, because our property is blessed with forest on the two sides. So this is this is what you get to see. This is what you get to see when you come to Ahmedabad Tiger Reserve. This place, yes, has tigers, and we are talking about 5 to 6 different tigers only in the safari zone. But in the entire area, in entire jungle, we are close to 40 tigers. So we give experience which is very close even to Tadoba. You might have heard about tigers following your vehicles in Tadoba. You might have heard of tigers, giving you a head-on walk. Same thing happens in the Tiger Reserve here in Ahmedabad as well. All right. So we are also coming up with future projects. This is in Kanakagiri, and then this is Nizamabad. This is something very important. Nizamabad. Why Nizamabad? All right. You should understand Nizamabad. Here in this particular area of Nizamabad, which we call Nandipet, the land doesn't belong to the forest department. So we are trying to acquire land from the waterworks so that the last remaining black bucks, which is also which is an endangered species, Schedule 1, there are about 100 to 200 individuals. And the reason why we want to start tourism here is because we want to save these creatures. Right now, these animals, they come into fields and farms to feed because there is no food available. So we want to change those people's perception, tell them that there is a way these animals can feed and also give you money. Because for agriculture, people who are practicing agriculture, it's a big disaster and they don't want these animals. Now we want to change that perception, bring those areas which are being heavily crop raided by the black buck. We want to bring them into tourism zone so that the farmers can earn out of these. So because it is not tourism, it is not forest department land, we are not able to do anything. So that's why the Telangana Forest Development Corporation is trying to acquire these lands, or at least take land from the farmers on lease, so that we have space for these creatures. People come visit, a lot of money is pumped in, and thereby we will be able to give money to the agriculturists who are actually losing at the moment. The last one is the Vizag colony. So it's just in the it's in the pipeline. We're trying to do something about it. It's mostly a fishing experience we're trying to provide. So as Forest Development Corporation, we are trying to bring in communities, conservation together, because we want the forests to thrive for at least the next 200 years. And that is the only solution which we are able to provide today is involve community into conservation, provide money to community via tourism so that they actively feel that they are incentivized to protecting their own jungles. And that's how we feel our forests have a better future for the next 200 or 300 years. All right. So thanks everyone for staying with us. And I know you guys were very hungry still. Thanks. You stayed here patiently. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot for the opportunity you've given me to talk to all of you. So you might want to take a picture of this. Come closer, take a picture of it. Something really great is happening in India. It happens every 5 years. This is the All India Tiger Estimate, AITE. It'll be an honor if you guys also can join us. Last date for registration is 26th of November. Come join us, see the jungle, talk to the tribals, talk to the local communities, see what the forest department is doing to protect your tigers. I would say it is your tigers. These tigers belong to India, so they also happen to be your tigers. So see what's happening, join us, protect your tigers, and thank you very much.
So if you wanted to know more about all the activities and developments, and if you wanted to reach out corporate programs and all at forest areas, you can reach out to us at Botanical Garden, Kondapur. Our offices are located here at Botanical Garden. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sirisha, Mr. Akhil, and Mr. Suman for your insightful presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Sirisha, Mr. Akhil, and Mr. Suman onto the dais. And I would like to invite the chairman for the tourism committee, Mr. Prakash Ammanbolu, to present the Momentos.
Yeah, while that is being done, my pleasant task is to give a closing remarks. Previous speaker said, you are hungry. If I continue, you will be angry. So I will not go beyond this. All I say is, thank you, shukriya, dhanyavadalu to each and every one of you. We could manage to organize this in just 15 days. And thank you so much for your trust and confidence. We'll continue to organize such programs, and we wish you all the very best. Thank you. And please join us for lunch. The lunch is organized here in hospitality block, second floor for everyone. And there's a restaurant. Please join us there.